Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, June the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, well, guys, let's see what's happening today. Now, before I begin, I mentioned this one. I actually tweeted. I don't tweet very often, but this is a very interesting one to me, this ANAB. There's no volume on it at all. Just one moment. Whew, had to catch that sneeze before it sneezed everywhere. All right, so ANAB, guys, take a look at this one. Had a great day on Friday through the 200-day moving average, but more importantly, maybe it's going to start to try to fill in this void. So definitely I'm keeping an eye on this ANAB. There's no volume on it at all, but this could be potentially a bit of a multi-day runner. Let's see if that Friday action, again, taking all this out and through the 200-day moving average. So let's see what is happening specifically today. SINT. Yeah, it's still holding here. Virus play. Gap up on a virus play. Huge move. Look at that, right through the 200-day moving average also. Low float, 11 million in the float. NIO. Another more news about them and Tencent, TME increasing their stake in NIO. I think this happened after hours on Friday. EVOC, yeah, Evoke had some news on their FDA approval for their drug. Huge gap, look at this. This one is pretty interesting. Has room to about that 680 mark. Another relatively low float, 23 million in the float. On the way down, CMCM. Oops. Big gap down for CMCM. I just see something about dividend. Yeah, just something about a dividend. But anyway, this has really been knocked here. Down 31%, 381,000 shares. Relatively low float also. And the next support level could be around $2. So keep an eye on CMCM. AAL American. Well, I guess their news is they're trying to raise $3.5 billion. And that's putting a damper on virtually all the other airlines. BYFC, one of the crazy ones from last week. BYFC. Big gap up still, 28%. Big volume, 4 million. 4.7 million, only 18 million in the float. I don't think there's any specific news on it today. It's just a, stock that's in play. Did hit $7.24 on Friday. And the cruisers are moving down. CCL, RCL, I'm sure NCLH, the same thing. Huge. Is it still up there? Yeah, it's not too bad. I don't see any specific news for Huge. In fact, I don't even see a profile for them. Oh, I do see some news, but this is news, I guess. Okay, so favorable top line, phase one. So it's a phase one play. Lots of room for it. We have no float information on it either, so I don't really know what to make of this one. Mavis, MVIS. Yeah, another gap up and it's holding. Regains NASDAQ compliance. All right, so there's your news for Mavis. Hard to believe it. I wonder if they did a reverse buy. I mean, that's a big float, 128 million in the float for a $2 stock. IDEX. Another one from last week. IDEX. Well, actually, this is pretty good. Look at this IDEX here over the high of Thursday. Could be interesting. Another one that's not a low float. 130 million in the float. And CHLL, yeah, it was. Yeah, it's just at the high of Friday. Of course, this is one of those SPACs, SPACs, one of those SPACs that did a merger. However, when are they changing the symbol? It starts with a H, right? Is it HYLO or something like that? H. They're changing the symbol, but obviously, evidently not yet. VNet continues. What a move it had on Friday. VNet continues here, coming into some resistance. I think they're gapping up. $150 million investment from Blackstone. NVTA. So they've merged with a private company. Look at this gap up here for NVTA. So this has still room, $27 up here, weekly chart. So what a nice gap. Well, they merged with a private company on Friday, but they're changing the symbol name. But I thought it was obviously they're still trading as SHLL for a while. Somebody will tell me. I mean, it starts with the letter H. Let's see if I can find it right now. HYLN. Okay, so it'll be HYLN. HYLN. I don't think it's trading yet. So upon closing of the transaction, okay, so obviously it hasn't been formally closed yet. Space, I mean, I'm just going to bring this up only because it's up a lot. You know, it's up 17%. Space is up. Tough trader intraday, I find. It just chops up and down. This is another one from last week that was very much alive. LMFA. Hit almost $5 on Wednesday. Here's Thursday. Here's Friday's action, up to $3. I mean, it's up. You know, it's a pretty big volume. PHIO, PHIO. Okay, a little pop here. It's pulled back some, not much. I think all I see is they're going to present a presentation of added data supporting whatever drug they've got. And let me take, okay, DKNG. DraftKings, yeah, well, let's see. It's high. It's getting close to the all-time high. Pretty good pop. I mean, what's the high of Thursday is 42.80, so it's getting close. Well, it's just above that high. So, I mean, there is obviously some resistance at the lifetime high. See if that NAB is getting any sort of volume. Not yet. I'm really intrigued by this one. See if this holds and just starts to try to fill in this void right here. One moment, please. Yeah, I saw somebody took this KTOV. I mean, certainly a lot of volume. It's almost traded to float, 13 million in the pre-market. There's the float, 18, so it's almost traded to float. I don't see any news there. I don't see any specific news for it. I don't know. Is it a virus play? I don't even know if it's a virus play. It's in Israel, oncology. It doesn't appear to be a virus play. Okay, one moment. Okay. Okay, so just taking a look at some of the ones that were flying in the pre-market to see if they're holding at all, or are they just going to fizzle out, or they're fizzling out now, I should say. So far, so take a look at this Evoke. That had a lot of action after hours on Friday. It's kind of holding. There's the pre-market. There's the after hours high on Friday, a little over 5. Obviously has a ton of room. It wants to keep going. Thank you, Eve, and you are the one in it. That's right. It's funny, I'm not seeing any of that news here. Not that I'm not seeing any news. I'm looking at my IB headlines and I'm looking at our headlines. I mean, I see this is on the 26th, of course, but that's in May. Anyway, a lot of volume coming in. All right, let me just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. We actually have a few of each. Let me see how quickly I can get them in here. See if I can see a pattern of an industry. Just a few more to go on the upgrades. Now there's the upgrade for Evoke right at the end here. Okay, so there are the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in. Yeah, I just have a tough time on trading space. It just is it can be so whippy intraday. I just have a very tough time. I usually just leave it alone. That's just me, of course. I mean, others may have a different take on it, but I just have a really tough time trying to trade it intraday. Just a few more to go of the downgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Looking at a couple of the Goldman. Actually, Goldman's got a few downgrades here. Let's see, they've got TW. I'll just put some of these in to see if there are any action pre-market yet. TW. Murphy Oil. Murphy Oil, a little bit of a move. And Monroe. So with some of the oil play, or Marathon, sorry. Murphy Oil and Marathon. KHC. I'm just looking at some of the Goldman downgrades this morning. Well, Ronnie, as always, for me, it's nothing to do with the news. It is just how it trades. Just have to watch to see how it trades. And I mean, the news obviously had a lot of interest Friday afternoon. Welcome to the room, Descend. I got you. I understood. Okay, and as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, just load it from the channel bar, new, channel bar, and then my windows, my watch list, Barry's watch list. And remember, everything in a channel is a layout. So before you do anything, including clicking on my channel, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And your layout will be replaced. But if you want to follow my watch list, all you have to do is load it. You can save the windows for the balance of the week. I won't change the symbol list name has changed from last week. So you will have to save it, and then so you don't have to go to the channel bar every day. So the idea would be to save the 3 windows to the cloud. Then you can bring back your layout as you want, and then you can reload these then bring back these 3 windows from the cloud, and then incorporate them all into your layout, if that's what you want to do. And as always, I'll be keeping the simulator on. I kept this. This was a demo that I was doing. I should have got rid of this on Friday before closing. This one I was intrigued. I said I would swing this one, VVNT. When I say demo, I was just demonstrating how you can use Brokerage Plus to make a trade, a simulated paper trade. But I wanted to keep this one. This one is really intriguing. It's just had a great run, VVNT. Yeah, so Antonio, if you want to see everybody's, you see what's happening is you're in the YouTube feed, which is absolutely okay, but if you want to be in a room that's a little more, I always call it robust, with more traders, I'm displaying that on the screen, and I can give you a link for that. It's a lot easier for me to, also if you're looking for some of my scans, it's a lot easier for me to share in that room, okay? So I'll give you a link. Okay, so there is a link to get into, we'll call it the main trading room. And I noticed the trade of the week is an ETF, a gold play, gold ETF, gold miners. And I guess it, in theory, is already live. 33.84 was the trigger. You don't have to take it right away, of course, but so I'm going to just take a look at some of my price alerts. I'm going to see if I'm going to get rid of some of them, probably. I'll keep those 2. No, nothing happens until the market opens, okay? So please, everybody listen, get that all the time. Nothing happens. Nothing will trigger in these 3 until the market opens. Nothing will happen in here until at least 15 minutes after the market opens. I've purposely put a delay of 15 minutes. This more than likely will start triggering at 9:30. Okay. I think way back when somebody said they just load the room twice in different browsers or something. I mean, if you absolutely want to do that, otherwise, I'm not sure. Okay. Beyond Meat also was up. I noticed Beyond Meat, BYND, that was up nicely. Another big area for it to try to take out. I mean, you can see that with this, if it gets up to in this 170 area, I mean, it could go on. I mean, look at the run it's had, though. I mean, I'm sure everybody was writing it off when it broke down below 40. Sorry, excuse me, below 50. Excuse me, that was back in March 16th, the week of. It just broke down below 50. Basically, it's tripled since then, which is, I mean, it's not that long. And you can see, I mean, there's the all-time high, of course, when it was going absolutely nuts. Okay, guys, here is another one of these. I believe, I might be wrong. I don't think it's quite a SPAC, but GRNQ is now. It's had one of those days. Look at the volume on May the 27th. Look at the volume. Got all the way up to, well, all the way up. It got up to 281. And let's see. Yeah, so this GRNQ is just popping in here. So it's taking all this out. I mean, let's see, looking left, next high is around 236, and after that, 282. It's a low float situation, 17 million in the float. Just trying to see. Approves a $2 million common stock buyback. Okay, so that news hit 9 o'clock, or where I see it. Actually, it hit at 5 in the morning. Eastern time, of course. Wasn't no real reaction, but now the reaction is starting to come in on a $2 million stock buyback program. All right, everybody, the market is going to open in less than a minute. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week. And I should mention, I'm just going to put this in here right now, the Father's Day promotion, I believe, is still on. I think it'll expire tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Let me make sure that give me a second here. Yeah, it's still on, guys. So I think it'll expire tonight, though, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, the market is now open. So typically, I just wait out the first 15 minutes anyway, let things try to settle down a bit. Yeah, CMCM is really got clobbered here. I mean, the only news I saw, I thought it's something about a dividend. Amount of 144. Okay, one moment, please. Just want to add something to one of my other windows, one of my scans on another monitor. I don't have that as a halt, so it must be under 20,000 shares. DUOT must be under 20,000 shares. Oh, it's an O. Are you sure? Are you looking at an OTC stock, Martin? Well, there goes SHLL, guys. Again, merger, private company hasn't officially closed yet, but of course you can see what happened on Friday. All right, huge moving down now, not holding its pre-market gains, HUGE. Oh, it'll be super choppy. I mean, let's see what the spread is. Yeah, I mean, the spread isn't ridiculous, for a stock that's doing what it's doing. Not ridiculous. But it's a guess. I mean, the good thing is that it's above Friday's high, if you're looking at it. But it is a guess right now. I mean, there's no pattern. You're just guessing it's going to keep going up. All right. Wow. Now Nio's that was a pretty big candle for Nio right here. Not holding. I love it when people say my selb. I mentioned thousands of stocks, so I guess eventually. Thank you. Yeah, there's a selb. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. It's nice gap up. It's above Thursday's high, certainly above Friday's high. Lots of room on a percentage basis. A lot of room up to around that 4 mark. And pretty good volume, yes. And not a low float. Well, this is one I wanted to mention. I forgot to, I had it jotted down. There wasn't very much volume, But look at PGen, guys. This is, I don't know again if this was actually, I don't know if it was an IPO here or a symbol name change, but right now, it's, I mean, it's that high right there is 519, so it's above that high. And there goes the SHLL. Keep an eye on this PGen, guys. Especially the longer it holds over 5. Well, this is what you call a faith-based trade. Really liking this PGen, guys. I mean, it's... Okay, broke a little rule. You know, I don't like taking trades in the first 15 minutes, but I decided to take that one at 526, the PGen, and see if it holds. I can always get out of it quickly and then get back in. I mean, it's a possible swing too. How do you change the chart timing? Are you talking about, what do you mean? You're talking about the like monthly, weekly, daily? You're talking about the time frame? Okay, so just right click on any chart and where it says time frame, and now you have all your selections right here, 1, 2, 3, etc. Okay. So right click and time frame, and then make your choice. So I'm trying to have a little bit of patience with this PGen. I don't normally take early trades like that, but and that's why. Okay, I got out of it. So I took but an 8-cent loss on that. Well, that'll teach me. However, I will now start to watch it again. See if it takes out 522 later on. That's why we wait, exactly. Well, I thought, you know, it just looked interesting enough to me for me to just take one of those attempts at an early trade, but I definitely am still interested in it. I can't seem to find some of the trade name symbols on my platform. I'm not sure I understand the question, Dean. What symbols? I'm assuming you have trade ideas? Yeah, it looks like this is it for all those crazy ones from last week. I'm looking at COHN, of course the U1. So Dean, can you hear me? All right, so this is so another one that is drifting down now, flying in the pre-market but giving it up. What's the market doing? Market is down. So look at that SHLL. Well, you can put bid and ask in here. It's one of the columns. You're talking about using our simulator. Yeah, I mean, you can put it in the. It's one of the columns. Bid ask. So just add it. Okay, so KB, I'm assuming you're on the app. So just keep the left click on the chart. So it's the active chart. Then press the control key down on your keyboard. Keep it pressed down. And then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, well, that's a bad example. It's not. Okay, so on the scroll wheel on your mouse, you just scroll in and out. So keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and then scroll in and out with your mouse wheel. And you are connected? You are connected? I mean, I don't add the bid and ask because, I just use it here, so I don't have it. Ooh, on a touchpad, I'm not sure. KB, I'm just not sure. Sorry. Well, okay. Let me add the bid. Oops, what am I doing? I see what you're saying. I don't know. I don't know why that's happening. I have a feeling, and I'm sure the dreamer knows that in simulated mode, you don't get bid ask. Okay, you don't get the bid ask in simulation mode. Obviously, if you're connected to your broker, okay, you would see it, but not in simulation mode. Okay, little gold play, AG, or sorry, silver play, AG. This is, look at this rip here for AG. Lots of room. It's right at the 200-day moving average. Look at this, 934. There's the 200-day moving average, 937. What will it do there? Will it stall right there and move back down, or will it pop right through and start to attack that 10 area? Well, all I can tell you on the GDX, it's the trade of the week, and you know it was live at 33.84. So I mean, my thoughts are, I have really no thoughts on it. I mean, it was laid out. You know, obviously at 33.84 was a great buy. Yeah, there actually is a way to do that, BP. Let's take one of them, SHLL, assuming that this is the business. Okay, so you see I've got competitors here. This will give you certainly a decent list of them all. If you click on the similar tab, you have to have the similar tab. And then you could duplicate the window like I've done, right click and duplicate the window. And then you'll see it here, and then you pop it out. Pop it out, and here's your top list. There's your top list. So did you understand what I did? If you didn't, I'll do it again. Okay, so you have the single stock window. You have the single stock window up. Okay, so you see where it's at. So click on similar. And duplicate the window. Right click, duplicate. Then this window will show up. Then you'll have the similar window right here. And once you have it, just right click it again and pop it out. When you pop it out, here's your top list with that sector, with the SPACs. Okay, then you can, of course, do anything you want. You can create all the filters you want, just like a normal top list. What version? Because if you don't have the similar tab, that's probably why you're asking. Now this is a version, I'm on a development version, but you guys have, okay, so what I would do is I would download, if you click on the links, one of the links is the TI download, okay? Click on that link and then you'll be taken to the download page, and this is what you should download, okay? The latest is 1.156. You're obviously on a version that doesn't have that similar tab. Well, you can trade it, Zena, you can trade it any way you want. I mean, you know, if you read the emails, they are designed for longer term holds. But I mean, if the trade, just zooms higher right off the bat and you want to take it out, you trade it the way you want. Peter, I just don't know on a small screen. I just don't know. Of course, you can size every window as you see fit just by pulling it and getting the size the way you want. And then once you've sized all the windows accordingly, then you just save your work. This INT, guys, very interesting now that it's holding just over 3. And looking left, the next high looking left is about 324. Well, now it's starting to give up. So I'm going to put an alert around 311, 312 or so for it. See if it can really clear $3. So when you say all the tabs, are you talking about all the I don't understand what you mean by all the tabs. Are you talking about all these windows that you see? If you go to Windows from the toolbar, Windows, and then Show All. Yeah, so that sync did not hold 3. So from the toolbar, Windows, and then you can show them all. Well, I am very glad I held off on the SINT. However, if it gets back over 3, okay, the market is starting to trying to come back a little bit here. That's why it's not down that much. There's a little green bars. All right, so PGen is kind of back up now, guys. PGen is kind of back up. I'd like to see it in the 20s. Okay, so this is another silver play. Used to be called Coeur d'Alene. Okay, so my little idea of ANAB did not take this out, so interesting. Okay, so this is interesting. Where are they out of? Argentina or? Maybe I don't know where these guys are. SIG? Doesn't SIG have a? Brazil. Okay, so they're out of Brazil. Silver, guys, is strong today. Silver is a strong, or there are some silver plays anyway. There's FSM. We saw AG earlier. AG almost a red bar ignored. And we were watching this to see if it could take out the 200-day moving average. I'm sure, yeah, PAS I'm sure is strong. So silver is a strong play right now. But there's, for this one, 937 is right at that 200 days still. Okay, IDEX on the move. Let's see, what sort of room does it have? Looking left on that monthly, it's certainly got room, 377. Probably nothing really stopping it. It's a big float, 130 million in the float. Now, I'm not giving up on this SINT, guys. I have an alert set for the highs right there around 312. See if it takes it out later on. Seeing some of these are just struggling around the whole number. There's the IDEX struggling to maintain that 3, that whole number. My guess is on the weekly chart, there must be, yeah, so right there on that weekly chart, that's where that red line is. It's showing me the next high looking left on the weekly. That's, you know, enough room. That's 10% above the current price. And that's for the IDEX. All right, here's another one, Court. I think this is a virus play. I think it is. Maybe not, maybe not. Doesn't look like it is, sorry. I'm watching the scent. It's just churning around just over 3. Lots of action. It is a virus play. This is, look at it underneath 3 again. So you're real chopping around here, guys. I'm not anxious to take it unless it takes out that high right there. So yeah, IDEX actually looks a little bit better. Yeah, it's got some room. Maybe keep an eye. Not that much room for the FPRX. Probably stalls at 534. Court on the move. All right, so the PGen is right back up now. What the heck is this? See, it's actually tradable too at IB in terms of the symbol. I wasn't sure if this would actually load. but it is actually tradable. Look at this. This has been halted several times. CIG. What is CIG doing itself? It is. Yeah, nice. Somebody called that NK just over 10. And this is not an all-time high, but 990 right there. You got to go back to 2015 before we see these levels for NK. NK, wow, look at it. Yeah, ripping here now. NK ripping. Nice call on the break of 10. Is IPOC a IPOC? Is that one also? Business Associates, yep. Coming out of the woodwork. Don't even have a float on it. Yeah, so if you want I'll just give this to you guys. You want to follow these SPACs. And if you don't know what a SPAC is, look it up. SPAC, Special Purpose Acquisition Company. I think that's the acronym. And they have been, of course, incredibly active. So you can have this one right there. This is tracking them. Definitely a nice call. Well, if you look left on the, if you think that's going to stall it, it could. 35.59, it could. I'd be see what it does right around. If it breaks through that, then of course, then you've got where the 37.50 is what the email suggested could be the target. But again, guys, if you took that one right at 33.84, you trade it the way you see fit. Well, IDEX is moving. I'm not in it. Rats, I'm not in this one. I kind of missed my entry that I wanted. There's the from my watch list at 305. What do they even do? I don't see that it's China Mobile. It's no. NK is a San Diego stock. It's a bio. Well, that's the one I missed. I missed my IDEX. Maybe keep an eye on SMTS. I don't think this is, well, it's gold, but I think the precious metals, silver and gold, seem to be pretty active. The high on Friday was 131. If it takes out 131, There's a shot up to this 170 level. Okay, so I'm upset. I really am upset. I the IDEX was certainly the one. I was concentrating a little bit on the SINT. Well, at least I didn't jump the gun on it. On SINT, it did not trigger where I wanted to get it, so I did not get hurt on it. So there's an example of not taking a trade makes you money. Yeah, I'm still interested in the PGen. You know, I was just early. It was a bit of a gut feel. I figured, okay, this is looking like an all-time high, even though I'm sure this is some kind of a name change, symbol change. But in this particular case, my gut failed me. Yeah, Fran is starting to get a little active here, but it's very close to that whole number. I just hate trying to take a trade near the whole number. So looking left on IDEX, it still has room on the monthly chart to about 430-ish. I'm sure that, let's see, on the weekly chart, looking left, 372 on the weekly chart is the next high, or 375-ish is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So it still has a little bit of room that it can run without encountering any chart resistance. Boy, keep an eye on SMTS. And I may be completely wrong with the Fran. I mean, the Fran is, and now it's through 5. Wow. So 5 posed no issue whatsoever. So looking left on that weekly, on the daily chart, 531. So, wow, Fran is just insanely good here. There's got to be some news on it for it to do this sort of, have this sort of move on the volume it's doing. It's a very low float, 3 million in the float. And of course, the market is now starting to, it's gone positive. Remember, every index was negative to begin the day, but it's putting in a nice positive move now. Box is another one that is moving. Box. Okay, PGen is getting interesting to me again. Well, if you're into something that's pretty risky right now, but there's a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for CHLL. As long as, what time is it? 10:09. This is still 6 minutes to close. If the high of that candle goes above 1745, that would trigger it in theory, but you know, awfully risky. CHLL. I'm sorry, SHLL. Sorry. SHLL, yes. Guys, there's that SMTS. It's just, there's the high of last week, probably on Friday, 130. It's right at that high. If it takes that out, I mean, it's got room. It's not a super low float, but it's got room. SMTS. Through the 200-day moving average, it tried on Friday, fell back. It is doing it again today. Yeah, I was, well, when I say wrong, I mean, I thought it would struggle a little bit to get through 5. It certainly didn't. But now, if you look left on that weekly chart, the next high is 570. I mean, there's room still. Obviously, if it takes out 570 on this pop, I mean, then it's got a ton of room for Fran. All right, guys, so I have been in the PGen now. I've just been trying to pick some up. So the PGen, 533 average for the PGen. So got back into it. How is it stacking up? It is stacking up pretty darn good. If you got in this one, 561, 561, this is the question. So this is, again, and I just, oh, wow, something is up with this. I mean, there's something is going on. Obviously, look at this. Wow. One big wow. Wow. Look at this first alert for it at 490, and I was saying, well, it might take a bit to get through 5. Oh man. Look at that alert, 490. Oh, EVOK is just giving it up in a big way here. Well, box was earlier. I mean, and it's still running. I mean, it is still running. It's over. Wow, big area. I mean, $20 to take out. Big psychological area. The high looking left is 2108. It's almost there. You would think maybe there's some resistance in this area. If it can crack through this, though, then you look left, 24. Whoa. Oh, I'm kicking myself. Fran, look at Fran. My goodness. And I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news that is popping in here. I don't see any specific news. Well, there was, yeah, I mean, even my basic new high is no repeat at 490. Ah, come on, PGen. Don't do this to me again. I may swing this one depending on how it closes. Yeah, Fran is halted again. Yeah, on the way up. Just one moment, please. I am on mute. Sorry about that. I am on mute. Sorry. So Fran just unhalt or resumed. Every halt has produced a pop so far. I was just saying that a lot of these high flyers in the pre-market, just really just giving it up. So when you say your trade ideas isn't working, Michael, have to be a little more. Okay, so there's something wrong with your connection. So you've got a yellow. Are you a new subscriber? Yeah, are you a new subscriber, Michael? Okay, so usually when that happens, is that you've logged in incorrectly perhaps? Our username and password are case sensitive if you've logged in. And if you're convinced that you have logged in correctly, I'm going to have to send you to the home page and start a live, there's a pop-up, start a live chat with one of our account people. And make sure you give them the email address that you use to sign up for Trade Ideas, okay? And they'll have to take a look at your account to see why that's happening. The other issue could be that your credit card has expired or something. Sometimes that's another cause. Okay, well, no, but it's possible though that, oh, I see, yeah, you pay for it ahead of time, okay. Then I'm sorry, I just don't know how to help you. You'll have to go to start a live chat with one of the account people, and then they'll take a look at your account to see what's going on, okay? It usually, do you put in your password and username every day? Okay, no, then I really can't help you. I have no idea why it would be doing that. And you're only logged into one device. You don't have multiple devices by any chance. Just happen to have maybe a tablet open, or though I don't think you'd get the same sort of error. But yeah, best is to just click on that homepage link and start a live chat, rather than my trying to trying to come up with ideas. I really don't know. No, court. Wow, court is really strong, guys. I mean, what did I say? Looking left on that monthly chart, so it's way above that. This is the other. This is the next area. Court is very strong. Yeah, halted on the way down. So you're right. It is not shortable for me either at Interactive Brokers. Just checking some of the basic new highs and lows early to see if there's been any huge moves. Let's see what the silver play. So the silver play. So silver is now starting to give it up somewhat. All right, so looking back, so 1427, this stock, wow, this stock hit unbelievable. This stock hit almost $16 from 1427 on that alert. But these two silver plays kind of gave it up. Neon was pretty active last week, 988. What did it hit? Wow, it hit 1064 before it pulled back. The Gap, GPS, 1162. Maybe they're opening stores too. Well, here's another low float situation, Atosa Genetics. Atosa. Well, typically they are 5-minute halts, so if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:29 plus 45 seconds. Have they been 5-minute? Yeah, they've been 5-minute halts so far, so typically that's how long they are. Boy, Court is just ripping here. What was it? 1769. So we've had some interesting ones. 1056. Got up to 11. It means these are quick. But look at the Fran 490. So right now, this has been pretty awesome. If you look at the original alerts, not every one of them, of course, but when you look at the original alerts and the time and see what they did after that, I mean, some of them you've got to be pretty quick on, but WC, no idea. I'm just looking. Sometimes we know we have some issues. You mean it's completely blank, nothing's filled in? It might be. We might be having a server issue. I don't know. I haven't heard it yet. Heard of one yet? All right. Next on the hit parade here. Let's see. We've got 540 WKHS. Of course, it's been just absolutely on fire the last 2 days, even though that's a red bar, but it was still up. All right, so Fran opened. Boy, Court. Just absolutely. What a great, even on the fives, hardly ever any pullback, just steady up on the 15s. Now the next area maybe 1860-ish or so. Again, I'm looking at some of the ones that were flying in the pre-market. Huge, you know. See this a lot, you know. These, especially in the bios, big pops in the pre-market, and then market opens and we just get the big fade. That was not shortable either for me. All right, it is now 10:30. Well, first of all, big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern, sharing my screen, and I'm live on the mic. Yeah, you got to load it from my channel bar. If you load it from last week, it's a new symbol list. Every week I change the symbol list name. So Monday mornings, you'll have to load it from the channel bar. Barry's watch list, okay? And then if you want, you can take these 3 windows and save them to the cloud. And then you can bring back your layout. And then you can bring back the 3 windows from the cloud. And then you can save everything as a layout for the week. But if you're loading it from the cloud from last week, you know, it's a new symbol list name. I change it every week. Okay, so if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I share a lot of scans. So if you click on the scans tab, a lot of scans that I'm sharing. I think they're probably named in a way in which they make sense to you. Okay, so you can check them out all from the scans tab, or you can click on this, looks like a half open folder. It's called the Room Drive. Looks like a half open folder. You click on that, scans that I share, download. It'll go to a Word document. And then you can look at everything at your leisure. The links that I'm going to be talking about in a bit, you can do the same thing. Lots of training links are in here. I would like to go over the subscription. I'm just going to bring up the link. The promo code is still good until 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, tonight. Eastern Time, 11:59 p.m. 20% off. So when you click on that subscription link, you'll be brought to the pricing page. There are basically 4 plans available. There's the premium yearly, $22.68 a year minus that 20%, or the standard $10.68 a year minus the 20%. You don't have to start off with a premium or an annual. You can try us out for a month. Standard monthly $118 less the 20%, or the premium $228 less the 20%. And remember, the discount's only good if you take it on a month-to-month basis for the first month. But if you decide you like the program and you want to upgrade, if you do it within 30 days of taking out our subscription, so if you want to go from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, we will honor that 20% promo code. The big difference between premium and standard, why you would be taking premium, is because you want to have access to our AI. AI looks like this. You have this window, you have the entry, you have a stop price. This is obviously working pretty well, this Araya. These are 2 SPACs, guys, OPS and Araya, 2 SPACs. They shorted that one and went long this one. But basically, you just open that window and you have the entry price. It's all real time, of course. You have a stop price and basically just manage the trades. Okay, I want to go over some of the links. Yeah, you're going to have to go to the home page. No, wrong link. Sorry. Go to the home page. You know, I forgot I was going to copy down the script for Thinkorswim. Go to the home page, and Bill is there, and he will give you the script, how to do it. Probably one of the questions I get asked a lot: how to link with Thinkorswim. Okay, so go to the home page and just basically say, how do you link with Thinkorswim? Yeah, KB, I can't answer a question like that. I mean, it's not a percentage, it's how much are you willing to risk per trade. It's not a percentage for me anyway. It's how much, because so that percentage could, where's that SPAC list? Right here. Okay, so let me talk about some of the links we've got here. So I've already gone over. There's a subscription link. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's obviously been pretty good so far. Look at SY. Brokerage Plus. If I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. I'm going to go over it. This is in simulation mode all the time, but if you have an Interactive Brokers account, then that link right there, Brokerage Plus intro, will show you how you can trade your live Interactive Brokers account using Brokerage Plus. I do a daily video between 1:50 and 1:45 every day. If you don't see the similar tab, if you have the single stock window open, you don't have the similar tab as an example, make sure you download the latest version of Trade Ideas. This is a great link, 20 short video lessons. Click on that. Great if you're just starting out with Trade Ideas. Okay, some very basic things. What is a top list? Building a top list. What is an alert window? Creating an alert window, etc., etc. And this is a sort of the overall training page. Click on that link right there. SY on the move here. Wow. So this training page also has the 20 days, 20 lessons. Of course, you can go at your own pace, so you can do it all in one day if you wanted. But TI University and Back to Basics. Also, all the webinars are here. You can register for all of the webinars. Webinars are Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern. They are all archived. We get asked a lot about, do you have any free trials? We do not have free trials. But if you click on that next test drive sign up, you'll be brought to this page. We typically do them once a quarter. If that holds true, then we will have another one in August. And you can sign up for it right here. You'll be alerted to exactly when it will start. For $8.99, we give you access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. So if you sign up, you'll be alerted exactly when it's going to start and how to sign up. Look at SY. Where am I now? Trade ebooks. We have some ebooks, swing trading ebooks. Okay, so you can take a look at that. If you're a Mac user, you know this is a PC-based program, but there are ways in which you can use it if you're a Mac user, including using our web-based version. Look at NK. My goodness, where was the original alert? 10:56, 11:13 right now. This little window is really producing. All right, I do want to go over the AI. Wow, look at BMRA. Look at this one starting to move here. Maybe some resistance in the 750 level, but so far, all my little so-called resistant levels, they've just been popping right through them. What, BMRA, just rippage here. All right, so this is what the AI is basically. This is not, we have 50 baseline strategies. This is not one of them, but if it were, basically the AI takes a look at the filters that are in place in a strategy, maybe makes adjustments to the filter values. For instance, you might have a price range of say 5 to 20, makes a change there, runs the back tester, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, runs through all 50 strategies. And then tomorrow, these are the strategies that made the cut for today, based on the profit factor and win percentage combination. Tomorrow, we don't know which ones are going to make the cut. Again, because the AI uses the latest market data, waits for the market to close every day, and then runs through the optimization procedure. If you have the AI, all you do is just click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Here's your window, and just wait for the alerts to happen all day long. And you have an entry price, you have a stop price. It's all kind of laid out for you, and you basically can manage the trades as you see fit. This, yeah, same. You know how to do it with the alert windows? Cascudas, you know how to do it with an alert window? Oh, okay. Just right click, actions, play sound, set up the sound. Then you can go text to speech, but the whole idea of putting sound alerts, look at NK. The idea of putting a sound alert, of course, you put a different sound alert for the different windows so that, once you get used to it, you hear a sound, you know exactly which window to take a look at. So you can put one of them at text to speech if that's what you want. You can't put them all because you'll never know which window is alerting you. Then that's when you'll go to use custom sound, select sound. Here are 3 folders. Click on the folder. Within each folder, there are a bunch of sound alerts. You can pick on or click on one of them. You can open it. You play it. If you like it, you say okay a couple of times. And then that sound will be attached to that window, be it an alert window or your AI window. Okay? And don't forget to save your work. When you save your layouts, okay? A lot of people, what happens is they do all that and then they don't save, and then they come back the next day and they say, hey, where are my alerts? Now, always save your work. This is what I do. I save each individual window to the cloud. It's so simple. Right click, save, share to cloud, save. So now it's in the cloud. I save my overall layout to the cloud. Well, Peter, you asked the question. You've got that 17-inch monitor. Just not sure. Well, no. I mean, if I'm understanding your question, everything in the channel bar, you cannot make a change in the channel bar and have it saved. Okay. The reason being is that everything in the channel bar is available for all of our Trade Idea subscribers. So the fact that you might want to make a change to something is not so. But what you can do, of course, is take out maybe the windows that you want, and then save it to the cloud. So you've sort of customized it. But if you go back, it's not going to have saved. If you go back to Account Builder, it won't have saved, as an example. It won't save your changes. But you can save it, give it another name, and you can put them up here. I think you can put 5 of them up here, or just save it to the cloud, and then if you saved it to the cloud, then load from the cloud, and then, here are your layouts, and you can just load from the cloud. So for instance, you could do something like this. Well, you can add them up here, yes. Okay, you can add them up here to the chat into this channel bar, yes. You know, that little gear item, edit channels, add a channel. I don't do this, but I mean, you can do this. So if you have a layout that you've saved, then you just put the layout link in here. Or I'm sorry, right there, sorry. You give it a name, there's your So for instance, you could do things like this. Let's just say you wanted account builder. So you save what you want from it, and then you give it a name, and maybe you call it Peter's account builder as an example. And then it'll be up here. I think you can have 5 of them. Boy, we've had some rippers here from this new highs don't repeat. Again, if you're wondering why it says new highs don't repeat or no repeat, basically it's exactly, these two windows are exactly the same. All I did was I duplicated the window, and all I did was in the properties section, there's something called don't repeat. And I selected don't repeat for a day. Why I do that is then I can go back and see, okay, what time was the first alert and what was the price and what has it done since then? What did it do since that alert? Whereas this will repeat over and over again. So NK, as an example, the first alert was at 10:01, at 10:56. You know, but if NK in this window makes a new high, there's the last new high was 1198. WKHS as an example, 551 hasn't really moved. Well, it's moving now, but there was the first alert at 551. It is now 563. Yeah, well, it's an all-time high. I mean, you know, I don't know what to say. It's an all-time high. It's had obviously tremendous last month and tremendous month so far. I mean, it's an all-time high. Last month, you could have picked it up for 20. I don't know what to say. I mean, you're chasing it now. I mean, look at that 5-minute chart. Look at the 15-minute chart. What more can I say? I mean, it's an all-time high. All right, so if you can't see, okay, you're one of the first, you might have to do a refresh when you say you can only see this, or look at WKHS now. You might have to do a refresh because I'm sharing the entire screen. A refresh is beside the gear icon up in your in the trading room, and there's a refresh. That might help. Well, you just attach your watch list to an alert window. Okay, Vikram, you just attach the watch list to the alert window, to an alert window. And within that alert window, you'll have to have some kind of a trigger, you know, as a new high, or you might want to put some filters in. I mean, or maybe, obviously not the price range, but maybe a minimum volume. I mean, it's up to you, but you'll have to have some kind of a trigger. And then once you do that, and then you just backtest it. Right-click, backtest. Okay? Oh, so are you talking about, oh, I see. So you're talking about when you click on new and the channel bar and Barry's watch list. Well, that's all it's supposed to show is the watch list. Okay, if you want other windows to add, see, the whole idea of my watch list, of that channel, is just to get people focusing on the watch list as opposed to a lot of other different windows. Okay, but I am sharing this. I'm sharing a lot of different scans, including the basic new highs and lows. I'm sharing them all in the scans right here, or in the room drive icon. Scans that I share, download, goes to a Word document. So that room drive icon looks like a half open folder. I know it's a little confusing, but that's why the channel is now renamed Barry's watch list, okay? That's why you're only going to get my watch list. So let me talk now about Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus, again, you can use it in two ways. I'm only demonstrating the simulator in action, a paper trader, okay? If you're new to trading, heartily recommend that you use our simulator. It uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. It uses our real-time data, so everything you can do in the brokerage in the simulator is all real-time. You can connect, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can connect it to an Interactive Brokers account and trade your account live. And again, if you're interested in doing that, there's a video that I would ask you to watch. Instead of my having to go over all the ins and outs, it's a great video. So you have to load. So man, if you're talking about these basic new highs and lows, it's just an alert window, okay, that you have to load. You have to click on either from scans. So if I wanted this one, for instance, I'm just going to teach you. Do you know how to load a link? So it works like this. Okay, so it works like this. Oops, scan. So you basically you pick which one you want. You pick which one you want. So let's just say, for instance, it is that basic new highs and lows. So there's the link right there. Okay, there is the link. You click on the link, and it'll go into a new tab, and just highlight it so that you can copy it. So now it's copied. The link is copied. Okay, Control C, obviously. And then from our toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. And the link is already in here. Now, if the 0.0001% chance that it's not in here, then you paste it in. If it is blank. Once it's there, then you load it, and that's it. Now you have it. And then once it's on your screen, you can save it to the cloud. Just a minute, please. You save it to the cloud. So if you have a window you like, then once it's on your screen, you right click and save or share to cloud. That option, click on it and save. So now it's in your cloud. It'll always be there no matter what you do, even if you disconnect from Trade Ideas. Unsubscribe, I should say, from Trade Ideas. It'll still be there if you ever come back, as long as you save everything to the cloud. Well, I have no idea what Legion Traders means. No idea what you mean by that. If Legion Trader set up my IBA, I have no idea what you mean by that. Good morning, Jatinder. Yeah, SPY a little bit of a downturn now for the SPY. We're back in negative territory, except for tech. All right, let me take a look. Wow, 2605. Look at that alert. 2605. Guys, obviously, with all the explaining and things like that I have to do, tugged in a bunch of directions, I cannot concentrate on trading that much. But, you know, I mean, look at that alert. 2605, 2709 now. So there's basically a dollar. PGen is, you know, starting to move a little bit, getting a little more excited about it. Pop through 550 with some volume. We might see a nice run. This one probably didn't do it. Well, it's still hanging around though. IDEX 305. Get up to 350. I don't know what happened here. THTX 259. Okay, what's happening? We're getting a little bit of a lag. Yeah, got up to 275. I mean, nothing fantastic. I mean, they're not all going to be rocket ships, but, you know, the IDEX, it's come back, 305. Oh, glad to hear that, Jatinder. Okay, so Rick D, I sort of cringe when I see a comment like that. Does that mean you did not have a stop? I think I know the answer, of course. Nothing should be kicking your butt. And I'm not dumping on you specifically. This is a general announcement, okay? Nothing should be kicking anybody's butt. Pardon my, excuse my excuse my language, okay? But I don't really teach other than really harping on the fact you've got to have a stop in place. If not all the trades are going to work for you, okay? And you go a long way to establishing yourself as a potential trader if you learn that not all trades are going to work for you, and get out when it works against you. And what that means is if you have a stop in place, you get out and you move on. You don't start second guessing. Even if you put a stop in, I know exactly what starts to happen. You put a stop in, the price goes to that stop area, and you start second guessing, maybe that stop was a little tight because this is such a great setup. I read all sorts of things on the internet. I read their press releases. This is a spectacular company. So my stop is obviously not correct, so I'm going to reduce it a bit. So now the $100 that you were looking to maybe risk on the trade, now it goes down. Now you're down 200. Well, I better add to this because it was so spectacular, 20 cents ago, and I still think it's really going to run. So you can see what can really start to happen. So not only are you starting to adjust your stop downwards, but then you're starting to add to a losing trade because you're letting your ego get in the way. You can always get back in. Commissions are so cheap now. You can always get back in. Maybe you were just a little early on the initial entry, okay? And you can always get back into the trade if it starts working the way you thought it was supposed to work the first time. Because then what happens, listen, we've all done it. I mean, don't think I've never done this. you start looking at that P&L of that, and you start getting so mad at yourself for disobeying your stop. And eventually, that $100 loss turns into $500 or $600 or $700, and you can't handle it anymore, and you get out of the trade. And hopefully, you do that a few times without completely destroying your account, and you learn your lesson. Well, listen, well, Grumpy, I know you're kind of teasing a bit, but I mean, it all comes from experience, okay? And we've all experienced it. You'll rarely see me take a big loss. Oh, I'll buy a stock that is from a pattern, Peter. Well, I'm in PGen, of course, so I mean, would I buy it right now? Probably. I don't know if I'd buy it right now, but it's always has to be from. I mean, there was a nice little break right there. You could have bought it right there as an example. Is there a brokerage company that I prefer? Well, Paul, I've been using Interactive Brokers for about 3.5 years now, and I like Interactive Brokers. They're not, in order to use it with trade ideas and linking and all, it's not the free version of Interactive Brokers, which is IB Lite. But I mean, to me, the commissions are still very, very reasonable, and they tend to have a lot of shorts if you're into shorting. And I've had no issues with Interactive Brokers for 3.5 years. So, okay, Jatinder, I used to explain all that, but I've become lazy. And this is the video that you should watch if you haven't watched it already, okay? This is the one that Michael Noss set up, and it goes over all of that information. But very quickly, you have to have a strategy, and you just say to one of the strategies, you right click on it, default chart long strategy, and you check it so that will be the long strategy when you use the buy button on the chart. When you use the buy button on the chart, that'll be the strategy that you'll be using. Well, it's half a cent a share, I believe. Okay. Yeah, so they'd be 250. All right, guys. So this probably is a good example of my getting out early on a. You saw me take the PGen early. I got stopped out for what, a 8 cent loss, and then I got back in it. I was just a little bit early. And it's my fault really because I kind of broke. I call it a rule. I don't generally trade in the first 15 minutes. Had I waited, I would have not had that first little loss, but it's okay. I mean, it's just a little loss. I didn't because I had no idea what PGen was going to do. I mean, it could have crashed down through five and really continued on down. Even though I liked it, I wasn't going to get married to it. So I got out with a small loss, and then just like I was saying, I could always get back in when it's set up again the way I liked it. It's almost, Jatinder, it's almost impossible if you have left clicked, left clicked on it, and you have to designate one of your long strategies. Don't worry about this discretionary long and short. Don't worry about this. Okay? But if you right click and you check this default chart, that is the strategy it's going to use. There's no, absolutely 100%. That's the strategy it's going to use. It is SPAC crazy, SPAC crazy. Okay? Don't worry about what's happening here. All right, guys. Well, I will call that a winner. I've taken some out of the PGEN. What did I get out at? 562. Taking some out. I am very happy with that. As it continues to motor up. Yeah, the SPAC is the business associates. Yes, Doc. All right, guys. This is turning into a nice trade, guys. Very nice trade. In terms of the percentage, I'm all about the percentage moves. A link of candlestick pattern. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, we have a lot of candlestick patterns. If you right click on an alert window, configure, and then search. Okay. And then in the category section, we've got a candle pattern as an example. Is this what you mean? Here are the candlestick patterns that we had. These are intraday. Is that what you mean? Okay. Wow. Come on. That's what's gonna do at 6. I mean, that's the So only trade I've been in, guys. That's it. Just twice, but that's it. Time is it? 11:10. And look at the volume, guys. The volume was really starting to pick up. Look at the volume right there on that candle, on that 5-minute candle. That really started to. I'm sorry, that I'm looking at NK. Well, even on NK. Sorry, I should be looking at the PGEN. But yeah, look at the volume on that 5-minute chart right there. Look at the volume, guys. What happened? That's the biggest volume bar of the day on a 5-minute chart, a 5-minute candle. Yeah, the gappers I use in the pre-market, PJ. Okay? The gappers I use for the pre-market. That's what gives me a lot of my, well, I'll call them ideas. You know, you'll see a lot of the high flying ones in that one, the gap up and the gap down. Well, then the Momo is when the market opens. I'm sure you must see it, right? Scans. Yeah, moment. Nah, there they are. Momentum up and momentum down. To be honest, guys, I don't use these anymore because I have found that this basic new highs and lows basically does the same darn thing. So that's why because I put this count filter in. Have you watched the video, Vikram? Because Michael goes into a lot of detail, about all of that. Are you talking about auto trading your own strategy? So let me ask again, have you watched the video? It's about a 27-minute long video, and it goes into all aspects of auto trading. Obviously you have to have an IB interactive brokers account. Okay, I think this will really help you. Okay, because the person that you would, if it was ever sort of remote, would be Michael, and he did the video. He's definitely our expert. So just take the time to watch the video. The video on if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Brokers account. What a day. Look at this NK. I mean, we've had such some spectacular. How many hours before the market opens? Well, we start getting our data at 7 in the morning. Okay, so it's up to you. When you say they charge extra for what? Well, listen, not everybody should trade the pre-market. I mean, I don't trade the pre-market very much, to be honest. I mean, every now and then I do it. You have to have a lot of volume, and you have to have a good spread and all of that. So, I mean, I wouldn't worry about trading the pre-market at all. You're new trading. Well, there's no charge. You have to pay Interactive Brokers for live data, but to connect, well, like we don't charge you to connect to Interactive Brokers. No. Are you the Kumars? Are you the one that wanted Thinkorswim? Is it Thinkorswim or? Yeah, again, I don't know what to say. You have to go to like Bill is there and he is our linking expert. Can't help you. I just can't help you. I mean, I know there's something about run both Trade Ideas and Thinkorswim as administrator. Don't cover a chart. Next time I am going to copy that script down. So I'm just going to have to send you there, okay? And say, hey, I'm having troubles again. Were you able to do it before? Obviously, you were able to do it before. I just can't help you, Kumars. I don't know why it's such a pain with Thinkorswim. I just don't know. I have to understand that they don't care whether we link with them or not. No brokerage platform cares. It's exactly the same as the basic new highs and lows BK, except you only see it once. Okay, you just see the alert once. So there's INVA as an example at 1510. You will see this over and over again if it keeps making new highs, in this window. So that's the only difference. Does it keep a trade tracker if you connect to IB? Are you talking about a journal? We don't have a journal yet, Mark. Yeah, Kumar, somebody may be able to help you. We don't have a trade tracker. No, listen, it's been in the works for quite a while to have a trading journal set up. It's something that, they are working on. That's all I can say. They are working on it. Zena, I don't even know. I mean, I'm in Canada. I don't even know if that exists in Canada. The what I don't know. All right, guys, I've taken more out. I don't have that much left. It looks like it's struggling to get through. That's the PGen. Struggling to get through the sixth level. Yes, you can link Questrade to Trade Ideas or Trade Ideas to Questrade. What you do is when you follow follow the instructions on the external linking, okay? When you add a link, probably put it, because I used to have Questrade, and then just put it in the order entry, and then there is a rule to follow. Only if you're caring about sell or trading Canadian stocks. If you don't care, then you don't have to go to the rule. But this would ungray and just pick the rule of DISNAT. DISNAT and Questrade use the same appendages for the Canadian stocks, .vn and .to. This is what I mean. If I edited the link, and you see where it says DISNAT, you would just select DISNAT. You only have to do that if you care, if you're going to trade Canadian stocks. So I'm out of most of the PGen. What a morning. It's very, very, very quick. Somebody said it's boring. What market are you looking at? Only 11 trades. All right, now definitely let's take a look at the INVA because, see, I'm looking at the INVA. I see the next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 1538. That's not that far away. It's a big float, 100 million in the float. So it may not have that, that doesn't have the look for me that something could explode. Famous last words, of course, but just want to get my marks here for my video that I'll do a little bit later. So there was a sale there, sale at 562. And got in at 533. It's close enough. But certainly when I do the video, I'm going to explain, I took a little loss and then got right back in it once it started to solidify over that 530 level. Highly, highly speculative, guys, but look at the SHLL. Look at this little move here. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, guys, so I just had and by the way, ask me questions in the room, all right? It's a lot easier for me to answer questions here than if you send me an email. Okay, I can explain things, you can hear me, you can see what I'm doing and all that. Not see me, but you can see what I'm doing. Because I was asked the question, what alerted you to PGen in the first place? So this made my watch list, okay? And when I was doing my scanning over the weekend, this made my watch list. That's why it's in here. And why did it make my watch list? Well, there is the daily candle on Friday, okay? At that point, and it's just around 5, and I'm thinking, okay, if this can ever really hold over 5. But if you look left, now I've got to go back to, in fact, let me go on the weekly chart. Oh, that's right. This is one of those ones with, I don't think this is an IPO. I may be wrong. But this could just be a symbol name change. It might have been an IPO. I really don't know. It doesn't matter to me. But, looking at this chart, then this is making an all-time high. Again, if it's an IPO, it obviously is. If it's a symbol name change, a lot of people are just looking at this chart going, oh, all-time high. So that's why it made the symbol list. That's why it made my watch list in the first place. Okay, now had it immediately on the open, crashed down to 3. Of course, it's not going to be of any interest. But I usually start off with a full size trade. I rarely scale in. I'm just not good at it. And that's just me, though. So when you say find my layout, all the scans are here. Okay, I don't have a layout as such, but you can pick off the scans that you might want to add to your layout, including the basic new highs and lows and the no repeat. Okay, they're all here. Just click on the scans tab or click on the room drive icon. Looks like a half open folder, and then you can look at them all later on. It'll go to a Word document, and then you can take a look at them all later on. The reason I don't have a layout for you is that not everybody wants every scan, of course. So I give you individual windows. You have to maybe, a little bit of work, figure out which ones you want. Now IDX is rippage now. So where was the original alert? It was choppy, don't get me wrong. This was definitely choppy. Not as nice as some of them, but thank you very much, Modeus. Modius or Modeus. Yeah, so we don't talk about how many shares we buy or how much money we make Big O. I mean, obviously it's all dictated by account size. Okay, so all I can say is that, for instance, if I was willing to risk $100 on a trade and the stop was 10 cents away, based on not just pulling out, well, every stock I take has a 10-cent stop, but it makes sense to have a 10-cent stop, and I'm willing to risk $100, then I would take 1,000 shares. So it's not so much, it's not a defined number of shares. It's all going to be based on how much I'm willing to risk per trade. Zena, there's nothing, wash sales. I mean, I don't know if that's a US thing or not. I'm in Canada. I've never even, I know what it is, but it's just not an issue. And if it is, my accountant looks after it. So I don't know. Yeah, that's what I thought. I had to read to refresh my memory what wash sales meant, but yeah, I don't think we don't have that in Canada. Meanwhile, let's see, FPRX, where was the first alert? 570, 593 right now, and a red bar ignored. Now look at this one. Now you would think that there's a lot of resistance for this one, right around 6, just over 6. All right, guys. Sono. Look at Sono. Now, Sono last week, the high was 1422. So this has room too. Looking at some of these from my watch list. What I said about Sono? Oh, just the high. I think the high last week was 1428, so obviously it still has some room. Has a dollar to get to the high of last week. As you know, I'm always looking to see where the next highs looking left are on these multiple time frames. Give me a moment here, guys. Just a minute, guys. Look how good this is. 746, 802. BMR Ray. Morning, Real. You know, the interesting thing about all these too is it's not like the market is helping. Not helping. I mean, it's when I say helping, I mean it's not like the market is ripping higher or anything like that. Wow, BMRA, look at this one. Man, oh man, what a lot of, we had some fantastic moves out of this window today. You know, the INVA, I sort of mentioned that I thought, 1530 could be the blockage, but I mean, if it pops through 1530, look out for INVA also. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick an alert, a price alert right there. Goods, is this a good thing that you're home today, or can I read anything into it? Okay, good. Good. You know why I was asking. Okay, good. Good, good. Oh, wait, what do they cure? BMR, Bioamerica. Is this a virus play? It is a virus play. Okay, this is a virus play. Bioamerica. So, guys, I'm anticipating today is going to be a bit of a disruptive day in terms of noise in the background. We're starting the floor install downstairs, so I'm expecting the guy to come over any time now, and that'll be for 3 days there. So PGen is still, I'm out of it completely now. There was a 2 bar pullback on the 5 minute chart. Boy, this one, look at the room this one has, guys. XPI, XP, whatever. Look at this. Where are they out of? Oh, right down the road from me, Bellingham. IDEX. Let me see if I have shorts for IDEX, and the answer is no for that one. But yes for BMRA. Not many, only 10,000 shares right now. So people have been snapping up the shorts. And IDX, it's not the big red dot. It is, yeah. So it's hard to know whether they're going to come in and out for shorts available there. I think Rio mentioned Groupon a little earlier. I haven't really been paying attention. I mean, this is just the basic new lows, no repeat. But I see Groupon there at 20. These are some really cheap ones. So EPZM 1741. Yeah, got down to 1715. I haven't really been paying attention to the shorts today. Well, I would think there'd be a lot of resistance right around here at 1830-ish, $4 away or so. But yeah, must be a lot longer term. I mean, look at that monthly chart. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. I am now back. All right, guys, so it's 11:43, so I'm getting close to taking my break. See who's on, who's going to be taking over in the YouTube feed. All right, now I will continue now to watch this ANAB to see whether or not it gets back up to that high of Friday. Took a big, how much volume? Not huge volume, but again, look at this. Look at this on the left. Look at the monthly chart. Look at, well, you can't see the weekly. The weekly looks the same, kind of. Look how much room there is. You know, if it can ever break out of here. I mean, we've got room all the way up to $40. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's why it was on the watch. That's why I wanted to watch this one today. And I see the AI 318, 391. So that's a great percentage move, of course, for this is from the AI. And the other one was the Aria. I don't know if it was a pretty spready one when I first saw it. Actually, some pretty good ones from the, well, there's the INVA also. Pretty good ones from the AI today. Obviously, the IDEX. My watch list had it just a little bit earlier. It was at 318 from the AI. I've got it here at 305. I mean, listen, guys, I may be wrong on this, obviously, that this might block it. If it doesn't block it, 1532 for the INVA, then of course it's got a ton of room here. Well, you can pick how, again, in that video, you can pick how you want to go in at. I think they recommend limit, but you can pick market or limit. You know, I mean, you can pick order type, limit, or market. So it's your choice. Yeah, no, I know. It's this is could be really interesting. I'm just worried a little bit about that 1535 looking left on that monthly chart. You know, there are two monthly 1535 and 1527 on the monthly chart. Takes that out. Yeah, I mean, I think it could have a nice run. I mean, it's already had a nice run, but a better one. It's not for which stock, it's for what strategy, Stanley. You talking the question was does the AI, if you were to auto trade it, does it go in at limit or market? You can't pick the individual stocks. It'll be the strategy itself. If you're auto trading. That makes sense? This is what I'm saying. So if you take this strategy, you know, and here is your order type, limit or market. So it's not the individual alert, it's the overall strategy. How do you want to be filled? Okay, let's just take a simulated trade for the ANAB, and I'll go in. It's a little spready. Let me see where they fill me. Okay, that wasn't bad. Okay, so that's how easy it is. I just clicked on the alert. It showed up here. Here's the symbol. Picked how many shares I wanted. I went in. You know, I could have picked a specific price, but I went in at market. It was, you know, the spread wasn't terrible. And then I clicked buy, and that's why I bought this right here. I can now now you should always have, of course, your stop ahead of time, but, you know, for demonstration purposes, let's put the stop at 2152 right at the bottom here. Okay, so I just right click, add a stop order, put it at 2152. Okay, and it'll show up on the chart. See how it's on the chart right now? So if I allow this to happen, I would lose $107, okay? And I can always move my stop up and down. Probably never down, but I could move it up, especially use it like a trailing stop. So if the trade starts to work well, I just use it as a trailing stop. If I wanted to, I could put a target. Now let's just, you know, again, I don't put targets, but just to demonstrate how you can do it, right click, add a target. Let's put 23. Add it. So now that'll show up on this chart right now. So right there, you see there it is, right up here, there's the line. So there's my stop line, here's my target line, and I can do the same thing with the target. I can move it up and down. Let's just say the trade really started working well, and I don't want to get out at 23. I could start moving it up, or if it was stalling, I could move it down and take myself out just using the chart. Highly visual. Encourage you to paper trade before you commit real money. And this is all using our real-time data. It has no bearing on what. All you have to do is load the Brokerage Plus window, new, Brokerage Plus. This window will show up, and then just check Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. This one, unfortunately, should not have been there. This I carried over from Friday. I was just demonstrating, sort of like I'm doing now, but I was demonstrating how you can take a trade. I forgot to get out of it. So I just flattened out of that trade. The VVNT flattened, just gets out of a trade. Well, look at SHLL, guys. I mean, it's a risky one. I mean, it's what's the spread like? Actually, the spread is not disgusting. It's only 7 cents right now. I mean, if you can handle the whip. No, look at this. This is the first downturn I've seen for VVNT in seems like weeks. All right, guys, I'm getting set. I'm going to put the announcement in here. I'm getting set to take my break. I'm just waiting for Sean to take over in the YouTube feed, and then I can disconnect from there. All right, so I'm just waiting for him to come in, take over for the YouTube feed, and then I will. So I'm still here, probably for another couple of minutes. I appreciate that, Mr. D. Yeah, it is the acquiring company. It had an interesting day. I mean, it popped. You're right, real. It actually, in my watch list at 26.05, it got up to 27.82 before it started to fade a bit. It looks like it wants to fade though. There's a drop, a little pull up, and the resumption. But what a move! Hey, we got a great room here, Nimble. There's a lot of great traders in the room. Yeah, and surprising as the acquiring company too, real. You know, that's what I. All right, so Sono, what was I saying about Sono? So still has some room to the 1425 mark on that weekly chart. And again, guys, when I say that, I'm not saying, okay, Barry says it's got room, so I should buy it now because it's going to get close to that. That's not what I'm saying. When I mention things like that, it's just I try to take out chart resistance as one of the ways or reasons why a stock will not go up. So that's why I make, so for instance, if this was right on top of here, I'd say, well, it could be a lot of resistance. And the market is, yeah, moving higher a little bit. Yeah, right. Well, seriously, I gotta watch it. But if the person had, they'd be halfway to financing that college fund. Just waiting, guys, for. Ah, okay, okay, Sean, I see you. Okay, I will disconnect now. I just. Ah, okay, okay, Sean, I see you. Okay, I will disconnect now. I just see you now. Okay.
Hello, everybody. It's Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Barry, thanks for the handoff. Always smooth. Welcome, everyone. This is the. Hold on a second. Oops. There we go. This is the 1 hour Q&A session. We do these every trading day, starting at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. This is where you come to ask any questions you have about the Trade Ideas platform. I will do my best to answer those for you. I don't know the answer to everything, but I do know the answer to much. So, welcome. Glad you're here. Bear with me just 1 second as I am trying to check on some technical difficulties here. Just give me 1 sec. Okay, looks like we're good. So for those of you, if you're a first time here for the Q&A session, or if you just kind of are still here because you're left over from Barry's trading room, Barry will be back at the top of the next hour at 1 p.m. Eastern-ish. And he'll ride you out till the close. But for now, for the next hour, this is a place for you to ask questions. And if you have questions, please type them into the questions panel in your YouTube channel there. Debbie, I see you have a question in there. Great. So for the rest of you, type in your questions. There's no stupid questions. There's no bad questions. If you're wondering about how to do something, there's a good chance that somebody else is wondering the same thing. So we all benefit from the more questions we get. So please don't be shy. All right, so let me check out your question there, Debbie. It says, can you sort a multi-strategy window by time of day when it is in history mode? I can't seem to do that. It wants to sort them by time within strategy, not what I want. Yeah, multi-strategy windows are probably not the best place to go to history, just because in most cases, it's a multi-strategy window. You got multiple strategies going. There's just too much data. It's better to just go in and see each individual strategy that makes up the multi-strategy window to view the history. So I don't have any multi-strategy windows up in my layout here. Let's go to a channel that does. Let's see. Maybe it's the Alpha Predator channel. Although I think there's only one strategy, strangely, in here. Yeah, we have a multi-strategy window, but we only have one strategy on this one. Okay. So for those of you who don't know what a multi-strategy window is, I'm trying to find a good one here for you. Let's see. What are some other channels? Okay, here's a multi-strategy window, an M. That's how you know it's a multi-strategy window. Oops. Okay, so this one has a number of strategies. So if you want to go in and see the history of this window, if I right-click and go to History and choose All, I mean, it's going to be, there's just so much data that this thing has to process because there's so many alerts. it's better just to go break through each strategy. And it looks like it might already be doing that, right? So strategy name, new high and significant volume. Kind of, it probably lumps them all together. Yeah. I would just recommend going through each strategy individually. Like look at a strategy and you could pop it out. So, right. So you find the strategy, you pop out the one just by doing the open alert window. Okay. That'll open it up. And then you go in here and do the history. Go to today, previous trading day, etc. I think that's the only way to do that, Debbie. All right. Let's see. This is my first day. Any best predefined layout to start off with, as I am overwhelmed with the number of options it has. Shake, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Mr. Basha, perhaps we can go with that. Or I can't see your icon. There is no answer to that question. Everyone comes to trade ideas for different reasons, right? Some people are swing traders, some people are day traders, some people are algo traders. So there's no one answer to tell you what's the best layout to start off with. And yeah, I feel you. There are a number of options here, and it can be overwhelming, just like with any software platform, just like with your brokerage platform. Your first day you opened up your brokerage platform, I'll bet you that was pretty overwhelming as well. Look, I know everybody's eager. If you're new here, I know everyone's eager to figure out this platform on day one, or at the very least the first week. But trust me, take your time. There's no hurry. This is a tool that you'll want to use for the rest of your trading career. Okay, so there's no hurry here. You're not going to split the atom in the first week of trading or with trade ideas. At the end of the day, there's a lot of bells and whistles here, but just like with your brokerage platform, you're probably going to find those 2 or 3 things that make the most sense to you, that help you find the types of opportunities you need. And once you find those 2 or 3 things, you're good. Everything else is gravy, right? But once you've got those 2 or 3 things that you need, then it's that's the place to start. So shake, Mr. Basha. It's really just take your time, okay? And you really got to know what it is that you want, okay? I mean, that's really the people who get the most out of this tool are people who come to trade ideas with at least a loose interpretation of what it is that they're looking for, what it is they need. They want to build alerts that highlight the opportunities that they most like to trade. Okay, so once you've got that in mind of what you want to do, or the types of stocks that you like to trade, you want to build a top list around that. Once you know that, that's when trade ideas becomes very powerful. So I wish you the best of luck, and take your time, and definitely go to our YouTube channel where we have all kinds of videos, how-to videos of how to use the platform. There's many, 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 both short and long videos. And if you're new here, it sounds like you are, definitely a good place to start is with the TI University 101 class. You'll find that on our YouTube channel. If you scroll down a little bit, you'll find all of our TI University classes. So this link you're at right now, youtube.com, if you just cut off the live at the end and just make it youtube.com/user/trade ideas, that will take you to our channel. Okay. And that's where you'll find all those videos. So good luck. Daniel asks, how do I get started from the main screen? I'm not exactly sure what you're asking there, Daniel. Maybe if you could elaborate, that would be helpful. But you know, if you're in trade ideas right now, and if I go to my windows and close all, if I'm in trade ideas right now, but all I see is this menu bar and there's nothing else open, well, you got to start opening some windows. Go to your new button right here and maybe start with a channel bar. That's always a good one. Start with the channel bar. And once you got a channel bar open, all of these channels here are pre-configured layouts that you're welcome to use. So you can go ahead and click any one, and that's going to launch a layout, and that's a good way to get started. Okay, Iris says, I forgot to save the Omni channel into the cloud and then download it to you got cut off there. You don't need to save Omni channel to the cloud. It's right here in your channel bar. You can access the Omni AI channel. And for those of you who don't know what the Omni AI channel is, The AI consists of 3 versions. There's a Holly AI, Holly 2.0, and Neo AI. Those are the 3 channels that serve up trade ideas. Omni AI just buckets all of the trades from these 3 channels into one dashboard. That's all that is. And Iris, you can find Omni AI in your channel bar. Just go ahead and click it, and that will launch the channel. Now, if you created your own version of this channel, okay, if you saved this layout, which, by the way, this is a lesson for anybody. If you make any custom changes, maybe you move some windows around, maybe you change some parameters, you could do anything in these windows. If you've made any custom changes and you want it to save this way, well, you're going to have to save this as one of your own custom layouts, and you'll have to launch it in a different way. So let's say I made these changes and I like it. I could go to my TI menu bar, hit File, and choose Save Layout. And I'll call this Iris AI. All right, that's for you, Iris. I'll save that layout. And now, anytime I want to go to the Omni AI channel, if I click the Omni AI here, it's going to launch the original saved layout. It always launches this same layout every time for everybody. If you want to launch your version of it, Iris, you'll have to go to your TI menu bar and hit File, hit Load Layout, and find Iris AI. There it is. Hit it and hit Open. Okay? That's how that works. Okay, Iris, I think I answered your question there, so good luck. All right, if you don't want to download the whole layout, Iris, all you got to do if you just want to see the trade ideas, again, you go to New, go to Holly AI Holly Strategy Trades window, just click that wherever you are, and that will launch all the Holly AI trades. Okay. And right now it's showing all strategies. You see right here, it's showing all, it defaults to all strategies. You're going to have, it's defaulting. I think it's defaulting to the, oh, it is all. Okay. So there you go. All trades. And these are showing you just the closed right now. So here's the filter. It's just showing you the closed trades. If you want to see all the open trades, you could change it to that. Okay. But yeah, so just to kind of reiterate, if you want to see, like, let's say you're on a different channel. Let's say I'm on my pre-market channel. I don't know why I'd be here in the middle of the day, but let's just say I'm over here and I want to quickly see all the Holly AI channel, or all the AI trades without going into an AI channel. You can do that. Just go ahead and hit New, Holly Strategy Trades window, and it will launch right there. And it's right now it's defaulting to showing you the closed trades. But if you want to show open trades, there you go. Aaron, I see your question about smart stop that is generated. What is that generated based on? Well, it is a proprietary formula. I don't know the full nuts and bolts of it, but it's based on things like recent support and resistance levels, the volatility of the stock, the average true range of the stock. All these data endpoints kind of get thrown into the soup, and that's how they arrive at the smart stop level. Good question, though. And by the way, the smart stop, it's just it's statistically based, right? So it's not a hard rule that if you're in this, we're in Virgin Galactic. If you bought Virgin Galactic intraday, yeah, the smart stop is probably a good level. I mean, just looking at the chart, that definitely looks like a good level to place a stop order. But it's not. Never mind. I was going to try to use a word I might misuse. It's not set in stone. It's just a guideline. Okay, it's a point of reference to make your life easier. That is a level that, statistically speaking, holds some water. But you don't have to use that stop loss level. You might be more aggressive, or you might be more risk averse. Who knows? Daniel, if your channel bar is empty or blank, that tells me you're not logged in properly. You probably might be logged into the demo. So if you'll need to be logged into your paid Trade Ideas subscription. Okay, if you don't have a paid Trade Ideas subscription, that's probably your number one clue. But if you do have one and you're not seeing live data, it probably tells me that you're not logged in correctly. So what you do is you go to TI menu bar, you go to the account button, go to the login screen. If you need to log out here, you can. And then make sure you log in this window up here, up at the top. Okay. Do not log in with these buttons. This is the demo mode, 20 minutes delayed. This is not what you want. You want to log in up here with the username and password that you created when you created this account. If that's not getting you connected or getting you going, then please go to our website, trade-ideas.com, and go into our help section. There's a live chat available there. One of our market technicians will help you get connected. Let's see. A bunch of questions coming. Great, everybody. Keep those questions coming. Let me see if I can get caught up here. Can you explain the chart windows? I am on stocks surging channel. So let me first go to the same channel you're on. So we're looking at the same things. Stocks surging channel. Where are you? We've got too many channels in here. We've got to cull this a bit. Hold on. Did I miss it? Stocks surging channel. Where are you? There it is. Okay, so I got the channel. BYSI. Let me pull that up. Oops, BYSI. Okay. Upward momentum right now. Is the blue arrow marking when the alert happened? Okay, I didn't have to go through all that. But yes, anytime. So if I click on an alert window here, right, or a multi-strategy window or an alert window, if I click on the ticker that's being alerted, so here I just clicked on MEIP. When you see the blue arrow in the intraday chart, that shows you, that points you to the candle where this alert fired, so you can visualize this. Let's go back in time a little bit. Let's go a little earlier this morning. LEDS. So where this blue arrow is pointing to this 5-minute candle, this is the candle in which that alert fired. Okay, so yeah, good question. That's what those arrows mean. Hi, Stephanie. You're going to talk about a stock, UPWK. Does it look like a good stock for a swing trade? That looks like a great stock for a swing trade. I like it. I like it. I'm not in it, but I mean, this daily chart, that's looking pretty good. You might run into some resistance up here around 14 and change. So that's something to be aware of. But if we can get through this level, we got blue skies ahead. I like it. I like it. Was it Comeric 99? Yeah, we have very limited options data. We're not an options trading platform, so we do not have open interest data for options, nor do we have options pricing data, nor do we have, I mean, really all we have is, in fact, I'll show you what our options data is limited to. If I go to any top list and open up the configure, if I go to the search tab and I type in options, this is all we have. This is all volume related, total volumes related. It's really just meant to add some color to stock traders, okay? You're not gonna, this is not a platform for trading options. You're not gonna get the options data, the hardcore options data that you need, that you would find on, say, like Thinkorswim or Tastyworks, okay? And no, I don't see any options data in the future coming into the platform. It's just not what we do. We're focused on trading stocks here. All right, let's see what else we got here. Okay, idea surfing, paused or surfing. What is that? Okay, good question. So my idea surfing is currently paused. You can see it right here. See it in my TI menu bar. It says paused. If I click on it to toggle it on, it's now surfing. You're going to notice that my charts are going to start changing every few, every like 10 seconds. I'm not doing anything. I'm not touching my keyboard. I'm not touching my mouse, but you're going to see my charts change. I'm looking at OSS right now. And in a moment, it always seems to take longer than I wanted. Wait, it says it's paused. What's going on? It should change here. Come on now. when idea surfing is on, these charts will change automatically. There must be some kind of bug here on this channel. Let me go to my layout here real quick. Just change it up. I don't know why that wasn't working there. Shouldn't ever be an issue. Okay, so I'm currently idea surfing. And let's see what happens. But basically what it should do is any open top list or AI strategy trades window that you have on your screen. Okay, there, the stocks just changed. So I'm looking at NUAN right now, okay? In a moment, that's going to change to a different ticker. So what it's doing is, see this top list I've got down here? It's basically going to cycle through the top 3 names of this top list. Look, now just move to Logi, okay? The next stock it'll bring up all by itself will be PRPL, okay? So it's just cycling through charts so you can kind of do hands off. It's useful for people who, you know, maybe you have multiple monitors up and you're on your other monitor, you're checking your email, or maybe the phone rings and you're taking a phone call, or Susie from accounting just walked over to your desk and is talking to you about her weekend, you know, whatever. You're just not fully engaged with a platform. Well, the top list, what it does, or I'm sorry, the surfing is it's going to cycle through all of your open top lists on your screen, because theoretically speaking, these stocks, especially the ones at the top of your list, are the ones that are most interesting to you, because these stocks meet your parameters, how you set them, right? So, hey, maybe as this is cycling through, you're going to see a stock that's breaking out that had you not seen that chart, you wouldn't have known. But thanks to the idea surfing, it brought that chart up and brought it to your attention. So that's really all it's for. I think you'll find that useful. But if you don't like it, you can always turn it off. Just go up here. You can turn it off a number of ways. You could click here to toggle it off. See, now it's paused. Or anytime you click on a ticker in any one of your symbol windows, right? If I go to eBay, now it's going to be frozen on eBay, and it's going to stay there until I manually change it. So it's going to stay there until I click on a different ticker, or if I go in and manually type one in, right? And if you want to turn surfing back on, you just got to go back up here in the TI menu bar and just go click on it to make it active. Good question. Okay, let me catch up with some questions here. Give me a sec. All right, Aaron, you have, let me read this out loud so everybody can understand what I'm doing. I have multiple trading systems. How do I save the layout I'm working on so that I can access it on a different computer? And how do I save layouts as channels? Great question. And the answers to both of your questions there are related. So let's say you got multiple computers and you want to save your layouts and have them available on any computer that you're on. Okay, great. So I got a layout right here. I got a big open hole here because my Brokerage Plus window isn't showing. Let's bring that back up. There we go. All right, so if I wanted to save this layout and be able to open it up on a different computer, then what you need to do is you need to save this layout to your cloud. And to do that, you go to your TI menu bar, you hit File, Save or Share to Cloud. You choose that. And then you see this entire layout button? Just go ahead and click Entire Layout. That'll select all of your windows up in here. We'll give this a name. We'll call this, who was it? Aaron asked. Aaron's Layout. Okay, great. Now I'm going to hit Save, and it's now in my cloud. Now, let's say I'm on another computer now. I've logged into Trade Ideas on a new computer, and I want to bring up that layout. All I need to do now is in my channel bar, I could click the My Cloud button here, or in my TI menu bar, I could go to File, Load from Cloud. They both take me to the same place. They take me right here, and the thing I most recently saved will be right there at the top, Aaron's Layout. Okay, I just highlight it and click Load, and it'll load Aaron's Layout. So you want to if you want to be accessing files from around on multiple computers, or between your desktop and your laptop, if you're traveling, you're on the road, whatever, just anything that you want to be able to access from anywhere, make sure you save it to your cloud. Again, go to File and hit Save or Share to Cloud. Now, likewise, if you want to save some custom layouts in your channel bar, you're going to use your cloud to do that already. So I've already saved this layout to my cloud, so that's good. That's the first step. And if I want to create a custom channel for it in my channel bar, Right here in the channel bar up at the upper left, you see this little gear button. I click that gear button. I click Edit Channels. And then I click Add Channel. I think the most channels we can have is 5. So I'm going to add a channel. And then this button right here is Select from Cloud. I'm going to go here and locate that layout. There it is, Aaron's layout. Highlight it, hit Select. The cloud link shows up right there. Good. Then I could go through here and select a little image for it if I want. Let's give it the little flower. That's pretty. There we go. And I could, in this box, I give it a name. We'll call it Aaron's Layout. Hit right name. Then you can see here how it will look. And I like it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. And I'll have to hit one more thing. Apply. Well, you can see the channels now. So now I'll have 5 layouts. One of them is Aaron's Layout. Hit Apply. And now in my channel bar, there it is. There's Aaron's Layout right there. And if I ever want to remove a custom channel, just go up here, hit Edit Channels, and select that channel right there, and just click Delete Channel and hit Apply. And then we're back to where I was. Good question, Aaron. I hope that was instructive, but let me know if you need any clarification on that. Stephanie wants to know, how would I handle RMBL right now? RMBL. Rumbleon. That's a stock I've never heard of before. Good stuff. Well, if this is not a trade that I am in, but if I were to get into it right here, I like that it's breaking out. It looks like the Holly AI got into it today. Great. I mean, look, if I got into this trade right now, I like Holly's stop. That seems to be a pretty smart stop level right there. If we break that 1038, that's where I'd like to get out. Otherwise, I'm going to sit on my hands. I mean, look, here's the SPY chart right here, S&P. It's a 15-minute chart, so this is Friday's trading action, and here's today's open. I mean, look, S&P is making new intraday highs right now. And with the exception of these 3 red candles, I mean, we've been more or less kind of trending upward. On days like that, when we're trending, and if I'm in a long trade and it's working, or at least it's not working, I want to sit on my hands as long as I can. So if I'm in this trade, I'm sitting on my hands and not looking to exit anytime soon, but I would honor this stop loss level that's showing right now on the chart, for sure. All right. Aaron, good. Looks like you're good. Great. I'm glad that worked for you. Thank you. Alan, CIG had a huge drop. Do you think this is a good entry? Was it picked up on your screener? Thank you. No, it was not picked up on my screener, mostly because I believe this is a Canadian ticker. And I don't trade Canadian stocks. It's also, in my world, I view this as a penny stock. I don't trade stocks under 10 bucks a share. That's just my preference. I'm not making any value judgments here, to each their own. But I tend to stay away from penny stocks, and I deem any stock under 10 bucks to be a penny stock. Why? Well, this is why. This is the intraday chart of this thing. If I jumped in and bought this thing, anywhere from $6 to $8, I got steamrolled in this thing right now. I am sitting in a huge loss if I bought this thing up here at $7, right? That's not the type of trades I like to be in. I want to be able to get out of my losing trades easily without having to worry about, white knuckling myself through a trade. But that's just my preference, guys. I mean, look, I know plenty of people that trade penny stocks and they catch the big winners every once in a while. That makes it all worth it. And that's great. Good for you. I don't have the mental bandwidth for it. Well, I think I am caught up on questions. Let me go through. Oh, I see a question here from Debbie. I'm sorry, Debbie. It looks like I skipped over your question. Let me catch up here. Stop order percent creates a different stop. Which is better to use? Many high price stocks just having a 75-cent stop. Yeah, Debbie, I as a rule of thumb, I never use a hard stop like a 75 cents for every trade or $1 for every trade, because I might trade a $100 stock or I might trade a $15 stock. And if 75 cents stop for a $100 stock is a lot different than on a $15 stock. So for stop prices, if I'm using algorithms to trade, my stop prices are always based on percentages. Okay. Always based on percentages. That's just my way of doing it. Because $100 stock moves a hell of a lot differently than a $20 stock, right? If you were to trade Amazon, for example, let's bring up an Amazon chart. If I had a $10 stop, which sounds crazy, all right? $10 stop sounds like a lot, but geez, Amazon moves $10 in one candle, right? If I bought this stock at the top of this candle here, let's stretch this out and zoom this in. If I bought Amazon here at the top of this candle at, it looks like 270, and now down here it's at 296. Well, it's down $5. I mean, $5 is a big move, but I mean, in the grand scheme of things for Amazon, is that a big move right there? No. Did that invalidate my trade? No, not at all. So I use percentages. That's just my flavor. By the way, these smart stops don't look right. That smart stop is messed up. I see what you're saying, Debbie. Right on. All right, folks, we're at the bottom of the hour here. So I see a bunch of people have joined since we started. So you may have missed my spiel at the beginning. This is an open Q&A session. No pre-planned topics of discussion here. It's we go wherever you take us. So any questions that you have, please. Apologize for the noise out my window. I'll be over in just a second. Large truck driving by my office window. Any questions you have about the software, about how to use a feature, about how to interpret the results or whatever, let me know, and we'll try our best to get into them. Debbie, is there any way to ask an alert window to just provide one alert per symbol for the day? Alert windows can get so cluttered that you miss what you're looking for. Yes, Debbie, I agree with you, and yes, you can. So let's say, let's pick up, let's use this window right here, my all-time highs window. I have exactly what you're talking about set in this window. So what you do, if you only want to see one high or one alert for a stock per day, because like let's say this Adobe right here, this Adobe, I mean, it's been, this is a new all-time high. That's what the alert is for, right? But look at this stock. I mean, it's been making every one of these candles that's poking higher. Every one of these is a new all-time high, technically, right? Do I want to get alerted here and then here and then here and then here and then here and on and on and on? No, I don't need that. I just need to get alerted once that Adobe's making a new all-time high today, and I'm good. Okay. So the way you do that, Debbie, is you just right-click in your alert window, go to Properties, and choose Don't Repeat. And if you click on Don't Repeat, you'll have some options of how you can handle this. You could have it, I have it set for Don't Repeat for a day, but you could have it, a little less stringent, like, don't repeat for 1 minute or 5 minutes or 15 minutes, or don't repeat ever. I don't know if anyone ever uses that, but for a day is how I have it set. So I will only receive one alert per symbol per day, which I believe is what you were asking. So just as a reminder, just to set that up, you just go right click, Properties, Don't Repeat, and that's where you'll find it. All right. Hope that helps. Resize my window down there. All right. What about CM as a short? Cheetah Mobile. Again, sub $10 stock. I don't trade them, and I definitely don't short them. Definitely don't short them, but that's just me. So if you're asking me if I would short it, no, I wouldn't short it. But that's me. I'm much more risk averse than you, apparently. Autolicious loves the don't repeat feature. Yeah, it's a sanity keeper. Well, Debbie, I'm sorry if you have two different alerts. There's no way to limit it. You can only do it for one alert window, right? Don't repeat's going to apply to this window. It's not going to apply to this window and this window, right? It's on a per window basis. Now I'm curious because you've just piqued my interest. I'm going to open up a multi-strategy window And I'm wondering if you can do not repeat in a multi-strategy window. Looks like you can. Okay, so Debbie, you might want to experiment if you got multiple alerts. Try setting them up in the multi-strategy window, and it looks like you could go here in properties and don't repeat, and that should work. But I've never experimented with it myself, to be honest with you. So play around with that. If you're still seeing multiple alerts, like if you've got this set to for a day, and you're getting alerted on the same ticker, but from a different strategy that you have in your multi-strategy windows, well, then I stand by what I said previously, that you can only have a do not alert apply to one alert window at a time. Okay. How do you scan for stocks that have made a move up and it's now consolidating on a 5-minute chart? Okay. Let's open up an alert window here. Create a brand new alert window. And let's go into the search tab. Well, let me start from scratch real quick. So you're looking to be alerted on a stock that consolidated and then is now breaking out. Okay, no, you made the move first and now it's consolidating. So in the search terms box, type in consolidation. There's a number of different alerts for consolidation breakouts, but you're looking for just the consolidation. Okay, so this alert right here, consolidation, is probably the one you want to experiment with. Okay, and if you need some explanation, this is a good lesson for everybody as you're in these search tabs in the config windows. If you're ever looking at an alert or a filter and you're not sure what it does or how it's calculated or how to interpret the output, simply highlight the alert or filter in question and hit the help button right here. If you hit the help button, this will launch a web page and it goes to our trade ideas definitions page. Once it fully loads, it'll go right to the spot. So there it is, consolidation, and it has a pretty robust definition of what you can expect to get from this alert. All right. So I would experiment with this consolidation alert. This will alert you to stocks that are consolidating. You could also couple that with a position and consolidation filter. Maybe you want it to be consolidating up near the high of its range. Okay. So if you add this filter and you put, let's say 80 as a minimum and 100 as the maximum, this will show you stocks that not only are they consolidating, but they're consolidating the high end of their intraday range. And the other thing, let me go backwards a little bit. You said you want the stock to have already had a big move. So in that case, what I'm thinking is you probably want to search a change from open, right? So use the change from open filter, and let's say let's use a percentage. Add this filter, and this will also take some experimentation, but maybe you want the stock to be up at least 5% from the open of trading today. Okay, let me hide and use it, clear this up. Okay, so this will only show you stocks that A are up at least 5% from the open, so that's a good run, right? B, the stock has to be consolidating in the upper, 20th percentile of its intraday trading range. That's good. And then you couple that with the consolidation alert. Let's go back here. Consolidation alert. If you have this alert active and you turn that on, then you will get alerted when a consolidation has happened and it meets these parameters. So it's up at least 5% on the day or from the open, and it's consolidating in the upper end of the range. And all this stuff, Trey, takes experimentation, right? There's no out of the box answered. It's going to solve something for everybody. It takes experimentation. So happy experimenting. Debbie, what would you like me to put in our chat window? I'm not quite sure. But how to find the don't repeat? I can type that in an A or M window. Right click, properties, do not repeat. The alert. Oh, you want me to save this cloud link for you? Okay. That's going to take some extra steps because we're my YouTube is on a different computer. I'm not sure why you would want this alert window, but okay. Let's launch it. I'm going to right click and save to my cloud. Save or share to cloud. I'm going to hit save. And now bear with me. I'm going to have to go to my other computer here and launch Trade Ideas Web on my other computer and get that cloud link and share it with you. So bear with me 1 second. Share. Close. Okay, Deb. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Remove. You want this. Control C. Okay, there's the cloud link, Debbie. Cloud link for that scan. Now I got to log back into Trade Ideas on this computer. You can only be logged into Trade Ideas on one computer at a time. So I just go to hit reset connection. And now I'm back in. All right, there we go. And by the way, maybe a little instructive lesson for everybody. With that cloud link that I just shared in the YouTube channel, if you ever want to load a cloud link, once you get that URL, you copy it to your what do you call that? Clipboard? Yeah, that's what they call it, clipboard. So you copy that link, and then in Trade Ideas, you come here, you go to File, Load from Cloud, and then you type in that, or you paste in the URL right here. So you just go right click and you hit paste, and it's going to type in the actual URL, and you just go ahead and hit load, and then that window will load on your screen. All right. All right, Debbie, we're in 5th grade. No more questions for you. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right. Garrett Kramer says, check out Guild. Let's see what's going on. Yeah. I don't know. What are you thinking on that trade? I'm looking at the daily chart, and the thing to me looks like it's stuck in no man's land, and we're certainly inside of Friday's trading range. I don't know. What are you thinking? I got no insight on this one. If I was an options trader, which I am, but if I were to put an options trade on in this, this looks like an Iron Condor candidate. Or a straddle candidate, a little delta neutral, sell some premium, let this thing go sideways for a while and make some money. That's what I'd be looking at. All right, but everybody, we seem to have hit a lull here. I got 18 minutes left to hang with you. This session is driven by your questions, so any questions you have, go ahead and throw them in there. Has anybody been playing around with the small exchange data yet? Got a new channel here in the channel bar. If you haven't noticed, the small exchange. These are futures products for stock traders. Yay! Futures products for stock traders. You get the leverage of futures with the ease of trading stocks. And they're small tick sizes, standard tick sizes. It's $1 per tick. You could day trade these all you want, regardless of your account size. These are not subject to pattern day trade rules. So if you're somebody with less than $25,000 in your account, you can day trade these till your heart's content. Nobody will tell you you can't. What does the default button do in the top list window? Okay, let's launch top list. Let's go back to my layout here. Default button. So you talk about in a config window. Not sure where I'm seeing default button. Where are you seeing the default button, Debbie? I'm not seeing it. I got a top list right here. I don't see any default buttons. Oh, right here, save as, is this what you're talking about? Save as default? Basically what this does is just if you save this as your default, then anytime you launch a top list config, it'll set it up with these columns and these settings. So watch this. So this is my, actually let's do this indices top list, okay? If I want this to be my default, I just right click, I hit save as default. And now if I want to launch a new top list, I go up here, hit new top list window. And if I go to my summary, it's gonna default to being called indices, right? Because this one's called indices. It's gonna sort by change change from the close with the biggest on top. That's how this one is currently set up, and it will have these columns, which is exactly like this window here. So that's really all that is. It's just to save time. Maybe you save a lot of the same type of top list windows, or maybe you have the same columns that you always like to use in your top lists. It's just a time saver. Don't overthink it. Oh, let's see, Mark. What are my thoughts? Mark and Solo. I got no thoughts, guy. I don't trade penny stocks. My thought is close the trade, get into something real. I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy to ask about penny stocks. I don't consider myself a risk averse person, but when it comes to penny stocks, I am very risk averse. I don't trade them. RMBL. Would you put a stop market or a stop limit? I always use stop market stop orders, never a stop limit, because if you place a stop limit order and this stock were to crater for whatever reason, maybe some news comes out, or maybe the stock is halted and then it gaps way below your stop loss. If you have a limit order, you're not going to get out. Your order will be completely ignored. You will not get out. You will be stuck holding the bag on a stock that's getting destroyed. Nope, I never use stop limit orders to get out of a trade. I always use stop market orders, because if I want to get out, I want to get out. That's it. No sense in holding on and exposing myself to theoretically unlimited risk. And stocks like this, that it's only traded 144,000 shares, say. It's not a very liquid name. Definitely don't want to be stuck in this trade if it's not working out. So get me out with a market order. That's it. Don't overthink it. Yeah, stocks with low volume tend to stop limit orders tend to not work very well. You're definitely exposing yourself. Market order for sure. Oh, the market's screaming higher. Screaming higher. Did you hear that little bell go off? I just made a trade. I need to make another trade. Let's see here. What do I need to do? Stand by 1 second, please. Boom, 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 boom. This is the sound of me trading. Boom. All right. Now we're back in business. I do my trading on my other computer, just if you guys are wondering, well, you hear me trading, but where am I trading? So just a little personal story, but this screen that you see right now, this is my Windows machine. I do all of my trade ideas stuff on Windows machine. Everything trade, my Windows machine basically is only for my trade ideas platform. Everything else in my world I do on a Mac. And so I do my trading through Tastyworks, and I'm primarily an options trader. So what you just heard me do, I put on an options trade. I needed to adjust the position there as the S&P is breaking out. And I just went over there and executed an options trade. Anyway, let me get back to the questions panel. Is one able to arrange the channel bar channels? Mine doesn't show the existing channels in the up-down section. So you are not able to rearrange this section down here. This is the same for everybody, okay? This section of the channel bar is not customizable, okay? The only parts that's customizable is this part up here above this like horizontal line. These are the channels that you can create. Let's see. Like, and I don't think you're able to change this order. Maybe you can. Let me see. Oh yeah, you can. So if I wanted this smalls layout to be up higher, I can use these arrows down here at the bottom. And I got at the top, hit apply, and I got the smalls channel up top, right? Edit here again. I don't like it like that. I want my smalls back at the bottom where I had it. So highlight it, down arrow, hit apply, good to go. But no, this section of the channel bar is not customizable. Okay, it's going to be the same for everybody. AMD, what about AMD for a short and a long? Well, you can't be both, Stephanie. You're either long or you're short. But if you were asking me, a gun to my head, if I had to put on a swing trade in this stock, I would definitely be leaning on the long side. If you look at this daily chart, this is what's looking like a pretty tasty long setup. Now, I wouldn't get in right now while we're kind of mired in this range. I'd want to see a breakout of some kind, maybe trade up above this this close of this weird isolated candle right here. I'll bet you this was an earnings day. But if we saw a close above, I don't know, 57.5, or if we traded above 57.5, that would be my entry to get in. Until then, I'm just going to sit here and wait. But I'm leaning long from a swing trade. Now, from a day trade perspective, I mean, I don't know. This to me looks like I want to buy this pullback right here and get long for maybe a move up to 56, 57. Seems like a pretty good looking trade. Definitely wouldn't be getting short on either time frame, short or long. Definitely would be thinking long. Stephanie, go make some money now. Get in that trade. Whatever trade you want to do. Go get in there and make some money. Make us all proud. Okay, I got, looks like about 9 minutes left. So last call for questions. And just as a reminder, when I end this at the top of the hour, Barry will come back on soon after for the live trading room, and he'll take you all the way to the close. And if you just joined us here in the Q&A and you're not familiar with the Barry's trading room, basically you get to look over the shoulder of a live trader, an actual trader using Trade Ideas technology to do his trading throughout the day. It's a great way to learn by osmosis. See little features of the platform demonstrated. You get to hear Barry talking. So you'll hear him as he talks through his trades and why he's getting into trades and why he's exiting trades. And there's a chat panel, just like you see here. You can ask him questions and he'll do his best to answer you. It's really a great platform, and it's totally free, and we broadcast all day with the exception of this live Q&A, or we interrupt in the middle of the day to do this. But for the most part, he's on all day. And he's joined by hundreds of other traders, and you see a lot of conversation going on in the chats, and just a great place to be. So I encourage you to hang out. See what's going on with Apple. Looks like there's a big Apple event happening at the top of the hour. The WWDC 20. Wow. I mean, this stock, unbelievable, right? This thing's poised at the top of the range, wants to break out. And there's no better market leader than Apple, right? So if this thing breaks out today, based on any news that comes out of this event, well, you can bet that the stock market's going to follow. I don't know if you guys can hear it in the background, but today is a John Coltrane music day here at Casa Chicago Sean. I found this great playlist on Spotify. It's called Work From Home with John Coltrane. If any of you like jazz, if any of you like just good, chill, mellow music, and you have a Spotify account, go to search Coltrane, and there's a new album that just got released this year, recently. It's called Work From Home with John Coltrane. It's 3.5 hours of just great Great background music. Great trading music if you want to focus on trading, which I assume you all want to do. That's why you're here. All right, let's see. RLMD. Stephanie with all the ideas today. I love it. RLMD Therapeutics. Similar story to the AMD. I mean, I like this setup. From a swing trading perspective, I love this setup, right? We had a big sell-off. We've come out of it. Now we're kind of consolidating over the last few weeks. If we break out above $50 a share, which seems to be some pretty significant resistance, we break out above 50, I'm loving that trade for a swing trade. That's a good one. An intraday trade, look, the trend is going our way. It's only traded 322,000 shares today, so you got to be careful with these. If you're day trading it when you got that kind of volume, might be tricky to get the fills you want. But the trend is your friend here for sure. Trend is your friend. If you're day trading it, buy the dip. By the way, this is not official trading advice. I am not a financial advisor, so don't hold me to it. Just one trader talking to another. But from a swing trade, yes, wow, Stephanie, I like this. I like this setup, but I'd be patient. I'd wait to buy it after if it breaks 50. By the way, look at the performance of Holly today. But let's pull up this Holly, the Omni channel, and check out some of the trades that Holly's gotten into today. Looks like she's having a banner day. IDEX. Wow. Well, I mean it's a penny stock. Currently up 9%. It was up a lot more earlier. Let's see, ARY. This is a great trade right here. Got in right here with his blue arrows pointing. Got into this candle, and this thing is looking great. This is a great looking chart on an intraday and a daily chart. Phenomenal. Even making money on the short side. Oh, love it. This thing's making new lows as we speak, even though the market's going up. Short is working out. Yeah, Holly's got some good trades in here today, folks. Good trades. Like it when we have days like that. Oh, look at this one. Beautiful. Entered right here. And it's just been smooth sailing. You haven't taken any heat on this trade so far today. Love it. Love it. Debbie, you're welcome. Thanks for hanging out, and you're welcome any day. We do this every day, folks. Every trading day at noon Eastern or 9 a.m. Pacific, depending on which coast you're on, or if you're somewhere in the middle. Do the math accordingly. I'm in the middle. I'm in Colorado. It's almost 11 o'clock a.m. where I am. But yeah, every day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, we do these live Q&As every trading day. So if it's the weekend, we're not here on the weekend, nor are we here on market holidays for obvious reasons. Autolicious, yeah, you're mentioning the trade ideas website appears to be having some problems loading certain subpages. Yeah, the developers are working on the back end today. They're doing some stuff. It shouldn't affect most of the important stuff, but we are in the process of transitioning to a new website pretty soon, which will be pretty cool. So they're working on that right now, and so the web page might be a little funky. But if there's anything urgent that you need, the chat is available there. So you should be able to get somebody to help you with whatever it is you need. All right, folks, I got 1 minute left. So last call for questions. If you want to sneak something in under the bell, now's your chance. Otherwise, I'm going to shut her down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we seem to have exhausted the questions for now. I see people starting to leave the room a little bit, so that's my signal. Hang tight if you want to. Barry will be back with a live trading room in just a little while, and he'll take you all the way into the close. Have a great trading day, everybody, and be healthy.
I'm sharing a lot of scans here, okay, in that room drive icon. It looks like a half open folder. I'm sharing a lot of scans right there, scans that I share. Not the layout, but you just can pick and choose what windows might make sense to you. If you like these two windows, they are there. This one right here, you have to load from my channel. New channel bar, Barry's watch list. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Yeah, I thought I did reel. I actually thought I did, but evidently I wasn't. So they're coming out of the woodwork today. Can you guys consider pre and post market activities when calculating your indicators? Well, actually, even though it doesn't appear to be the most popular thing to do, we actually do that at Abeo. So when you're looking at our EMAs, SMAs, and all that, it is actually looking at pre-market. Post-market, I don't know, but it's definitely pre-market. But that doesn't appear to be the most popular way to do it. You know, according to Real in the trading room and many others, he does not use the pre-market, or I don't know if it's even an option for them, but they don't use the pre-market for indicators. Well, guys, it's going to be, let's see, in about 3 or 4 minutes, I'll be doing my video. Well, let's see how well it holds 15. I think if Inva holds 15, it might bounce off that, but otherwise, if it doesn't, I think, yeah, I don't know where you're in on your short, but it could be pretty good. And remember, guys, I really get interested. Not that, I mean, there's been a lot of interest in this window already, right at the beginning of the day, but I will clear it, so we'll get the alerts again. I'll clear it at about 1:30, and let's see what happens. The early alerts that happened, and then maybe we get the little fade down, and then a bit of a rest, and then we get a pop on volume. That could give us another crack at a lot of these. So that's what I'm going to wait for at 1:30. I'm going to clear this window. Where is Fran now after the huge move up? Yeah, okay, it's starting. You're right. It is a nice little pop off the base there. Little bit of volume snuck in. You can see right there, a little bit of volume did snake in to get it moving. What was the high? 749. about $1.60 away. All right, guys, I think I'll do my video right now. Be fairly quick. Only, well, 2 trades, same one stock, 2 trades. Talk about it a little bit. And the SPY is definitely having a nice little run here. Okay, I will just get the announcement up first. Okay. All right, guys. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Goods. I thought you were kidding. You know, when you said you got banned. Yeah, maybe, probably was me. I was trying to or delete it or ban somebody, but I didn't. I thought I clicked on the right person, so I do apologize for that. All right, time is it? 1:16. So I'll clear this. I will clear this at 1:30. Well, you can insult the Leafs all you want. That's okay. So I'm trying to see, are there any other, have I missed some questions? Just checking back here. I'm not sure if I've missed any questions. If I have, I apologize. Just repost. Just one moment, please. Well, this has been actually a pretty good short from the AI, and it was shortable, and it, you know, it was chopping around a little bit. There was the short for lithium, LTHM. Nice percentage move though, if you were able to kind of hold on. Yeah, one day maybe on a really slow Friday afternoon, we'll do a little sports talk. That's really my calling, guys. I know you don't know that, but that is my calling. ATOS. Watching this one, I mean, look at the room this ATOS has, and it's a low float situation, 9 million in the float. Let's see how well it holds over $4. Well, that's when you know you can really talk sports, when there's nobody playing. When you can make stuff up. Guys, this ATOS is really interesting. If you keep watching this at just over 4, I mean, it's up 26%, lots and lots of volume. It is a low floater. And the thing is, though, when you, let's say, look left and 426. So 426 could be a big break. Look what it got to. Amazing, isn't it? 427. It got to 427 sometime this month. Not sure when, because oh, it's today. I was looking at the wrong. So look what it did. I mean, it's amazing how this works sometimes. I mean, there's the high looking left on the monthly chart. Okay, forget. Oh, sorry, right there. 426 right there. And it got basically to 427 before it stopped. So let's just set an alert. you know, at 428 and see if it takes it out later on. If it does, you look left on that monthly, I mean, it's got a ton of room. Ton of room. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the other ones that are. Okay, again, at 1:30, I'm going to clear this, and we're going to see what sort of alerts we get. Okay, one moment, please, guys. Just one moment. idiot. That's me. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, how long have I been on mute? Anyway, the SMTS, guys, I was saying, look at that SMTS. Look at the volume that came in. Huge volume pop. So when you say no volume, you're talking about me, not a stock. Ah. So I have cleared it. So now we'll start to get some more alerts, early alerts that happen. Now we'll see them one time again if they make a new high, and see if they're, sometimes they're making a new high from a little bit of consolidation. But what we're looking for is an accompanying volume burst. Yeah, no, that was my fault. That was completely my fault. I had myself on mute for, because I did something and answered a question from one of the gentlemen that is in the house. Did you guys hear me talk about Crescent Acquisition, CRSA? Did you guys hear me talk about this one? Okay, well, this is, I know nothing about them. Again, they are another one of these SPACs that are they're in vogue right now for sure. And it's just basing here. So it's like the OPS. Of course, the SHL, the SHLL actually had some news. But I'm definitely somewhat intrigued by the CRSA, the way it is just basing here. If it gets any volume at all. In fact, what I'm going to do with it is I am going to put, what is that, 1203? I'm going to stick an alert around 1211. It's got great volume. 1.5 million shares, 25 million in the float. Let's see if for whatever reason it gets some volume and it pops right through there.
Maybe I'll take a next one, a knife, and try to maybe here. Yeah, this part and this way, see how it goes, okay?
This still looks, boy, oh boy, this is the one this is when I was on mute, I guess. And I just missed getting it around 132. Again, a lot of these are not meant to be held for, any length of time, to be honest. Well, any length, that doesn't make sense, but, you're not going to walk away from your system. Some of these can be very quick, but look at the volume. So plenty of time to get in and out. It's not like they're low volume. Okay, guys, so is this noise in the background? Is it too disruptive? Such that should I put myself on mute? Okay. I think what I have to do, though, for people not understanding, and it doesn't mean home is in Reno. So this one, I mean, still in theory has some room up to about $1.77 on that weekly chart for SMTS. If you happen to have got it from that break right there. And this little demo trade, similar paper trade I've taken on the ANAB. So you can do it with one window, NT, okay? Just make sure you pick the window that you really want it to be announced. You can do it with one window. Just alert, if you click on the alert window, right click on the alert window, and then properties, actions, and then of course play the sound, check it, and then here it is in the setup the sound, text to speech. Okay, so then you'll get text to speech or text to voice. Well, this is definitely soup crying time. Look at the SMTS. Wow. Now, here was the alert. Remember, I'm still kind of experimenting. The experiment might be over. I might have to replace this and put the 30 count in here. But there was the SMTS. Now you're seeing it here now because it's at a 60. And here is 30. So what the 30, the 60, 30 new highs. I have a minimum of 30. That's why it alerted. But there was the price at 137. By the time it hit 60 new highs, it was $1.66. As an example. So I've got side by side. I'm really still. I started testing this last week. I want to see if, say, at 1:30. Now I have this starting at 1 o'clock. If later on in the day a 30 count is going to be good enough. I know it's a little confusing, but as long as I understand what I'm talking about, I can eventually maybe figure out really what I want to do. What tool, as in what brokerage platform? Tau? As in interactive brokers? Well, this is off screen. This is these two are exactly the same windows, except this has a count of a minimum of only 30. This has a count of a minimum of 60. So that's what I was explaining. So obviously the Smiths you would have got earlier at 137. And later here, interesting, 137 time, 137 price. Again, I am testing this, okay? I mean, I worked on that one, but let's I have to look at all the previous ones too. Whew. So I mean that one really was the only one, so I mean that's why I'm saying I'm kind of, even though that one worked incredibly well, they all, like, I have to get a majority of them working well with a lower count. Oh, excellent. Okay. Nimble, I'm glad to hear that. I know there is some resistance from Mac users not to want to use parallels, but boy, if you can ever, I mean, I don't know how much slower it makes your system. I guess if you're doing if you're doing a lot of different things at once, multiple things at once, maybe that's an issue. But we have a lot of people who use parallels, including people who work at Trade Ideas with Macs. Oh, excellent. Okay. That's really good to hear. Well, we've got about 37 million people in Canada. We're a big state. If we were. There you go. So we're about the same population-wise. Ton of Canadians, of course, living in Florida. In the winter, anyway.
You can do it?
There's the FPRX. Now another little, okay, little break here. 617. A little break right there. Decent volume. I'd like to see maybe that, but not bad. And it's above, let's see, above 614, 611. Guys, this is, again, it could be quick. It could be quick. When I say quick, I mean to take profit. But now look at the volume. Okay, guys, can you see what's happening there? Look at the volume. Remember we were saying, I wish it were more like this? Well, it might be. And then there's William. Okay, one moment, please.
You just continue. If you need to then use some tape,
Well, my initial premise on A and AB, other than that dip at the very beginning of the day, is looking pretty good in terms of a
so that the news will be straight.
When I did my scanning on the weekend, man, I looked at this. I said, "Holy smokes! Look at the. I mean, look at it on the weekly chart. Look at the room it's got on that weekly chart." And that was basically the daily candle on Friday, taking out all of this. I think this has got something to do with peanut allergies. That's the ANAB. And I think that's what happened on this week or day or couple of days. Maybe it, whatever they've got, I think for peanut allergies didn't seem to work. MNK. Yeah, great move actually. 253 to 291 out of that. I know. Was that you talking about it before, Mr. D? I knew it was somebody. I thought I saw MNK in the room. So what I see here is maybe quite a bit of resistance right around 3, and there's the 200-day moving average also 326. So you got a couple of areas right up here that could easily stall it. So this one is interesting, EXPI. We saw this one earlier. Somebody said maybe a new CEO or a new director. Maybe not a CEO, but somebody in a C-suite. So this has room. I mean, look at this room here, 1848, 1850-ish. It's got about $4 to get to that level up here. CMO, thank you. Yeah, earnings season is coming upon us. We're less than 3 weeks away from Alcoa. That's July the 15th. Box keeps, somebody was mentioning Box earlier. Give me a moment here, please. Well, Box is continuing. Next challenge is that whole number, 22. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Look, the SPY is still strong. Just kind of resting here a little bit. Give me a minute, please. Keep an eye, oh, it's starting to drop a little bit. Keep an eye on this one, guys. If we ever get any volume coming into this, I mean, it's that tremendous volume. I mean, the volume is tailed off completely. I'm talking about the CRSA. I have no idea what they're looking at, what the rumors are for them in terms of takeover or merging with what company. But, you know, it's just completely, it's just snoozing here.
Stay here. Okay, and you're not going downstairs. Okay.
I put my Okay, guys. Okay, just give me a moment, please. All right, this FARX is really starting to set up nicely. A little bit of a stall, maybe right around there, but I mean, the longer it holds this area, if it ever gets some more volume and pops through.
There are two.
I know. All right, guys. So, okay, I'm going to answer a couple questions in the YouTube feed. So here is a link for the trading room. Okay, the bigger trading room, I guess we'll call it. And if you want my Eden, if you want, come into the trading room also. Okay, it's hard for me to. I can share a lot of scans with you. It's just not easy to do in the YouTube feed that you are in, okay? So also come into the trading room. This is what I'm calling is the trading room. Okay, there are a lot more traders. I can share links a lot easier. It's just difficult to do in the YouTube feed. Oh man, there it goes, guys. Look at SMTS go again. I'm still kind of waiting on the F. No, it's not going to work. Okay, no problem. See, it waited for my alert. So I will reset it. Maybe it'll happen a little bit later, around 6:25 for the FPRX. No, they're not. They're too long. I mean, it's 6 hours, 6.5 hours NT. So, and it's every day. So they are not recorded. No. Still waiting on this ATOS. Maybe later on if it takes out this 429-ish. Okay, case in point, why I'm encourage people who have the AI that get very hung up about auto trading, you know, letting it run automatically the entire. Ooh. Okay, something weird happened there, guys. Yeah, I don't know what happened here. I mean, look at that topping tail on this. So that was very, very weird. It was very weird. I'm going to keep an eye on it again, though, in case that wasn't really a fake pop-up. But I just want to draw your attention to LTHM, okay? So if you're auto trading this, you get in at 652 and you're out at 650. Obviously, but if you use it as a watch list, you're in at 652 and you could have been at least watching it. You know, I mean, this was a little pull-up, but that's not the end of the world. And then look at what you're missing. I mean, now, you know, it's at underneath 6. I mean, it's 8%. So that's why, you know, people get wanting to auto trade the AI, and I just disagree. I mean, use it as a watch list. If you want to somehow maybe get in at the entry, though I don't think it's absolutely mandatory you get in at the penny of, but if you use it as a watch list and get used to using it as a watch list, I think you'll make more money. Okay, I see you're there, Eden 1594. So you were looking for. Okay, so here you can have. If you click on the room drive icon, looks like a half open folder. Scans that I share, download. You'll see all of the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, there's not one layout, but you can kind of pick and choose, including, if you're interested, the basic new highs and lows and the basic new highs, no repeat. Okay. And if you want to see these three windows, click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Windows. My watch list, Barry's watch list. Now remember, this is a layout. Everything here is a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. If you load this in the morning, then you can save these three windows to the cloud, then bring back your layout, and then reload these three from the cloud, and then save your layout again with these in here. You have to do it once a week, though, because I change the symbol list name every week. Yeah, Ariane, I mean, as something to automate it, I just think it's a difficult proposition to just let it run automatically. Wow, here's another one, court. Love to see a big volume push right now. A big volume push on at least the 5-minute chart for the court. But Ariane, there's people use it in all different ways. I mean, the way I use it may not be the same way anybody else might use it. You know, I only look at stocks that are under 20 as an example. And then, so there's not, it's very difficult to have a video on it because the way I do it, and I've just told you how I do it. I just watch, if I were devoted 100% to trading instead of, answering questions all day long, I would devote myself just to the ones under 20, and I would really, if I get the alert, I don't hop in it immediately. I would look at lithium and go, wow, okay, it's got a lot of room underneath. So this is definitely something I want to pay attention to. That would be my first thought. Okay, if I get the alert on lithium, or I know it's Livent, but so that's how I use it. I would be always, I get the alert, I look at the daily, weekly, and monthly chart to see, okay, what sort of room is there? If I get into this trade, how much room do I think there is? If I don't see a lot of room, I don't take the trade. Doesn't mean it won't work. Okay, that NAV still has a massive gap to fill. Look at that gap. Kind of waiting on the court, guys, to see CORT, wanting to see if it's going to have a pop. It's kind of resting a little bit here. The next high looking left on that monthly chart looks like it's around, well, it's way above that, so that's not an issue. Probably the weekly chart we're fine. Okay, so you'll have to come into the trading room, Sheikh, okay? If you can come into the trading room, and this is what I'm talking about, I can easily share things here. It's very difficult in the YouTube feed. I wish there were a simpler way, but there just isn't. Well, that's why I'm here, though. To share things if I can. All right, guys, I'm just gonna put myself on. What time is it? 2:10. I'm gonna put myself on mute for about 2 minutes. C-O-R-T, Court. Someone. I have not seen Zedi today, really. I'm afraid to look. Yeah. Okay, so it's not you. You can't have the one that's on the screen. You can pick and choose. Okay, and I'm glad to see people are easily able to enter into the trading room. Some people seem to have a tough time. So all the scans that I'm sharing, Shake, are right here. Room Drive. Scans that I share, download. It'll go to a Word document, and then you can copy the links that you want. You know how to do all that? To copy a link and then load it, file load from cloud. And here's where it gets a little complicated. Okay, great. These three windows are from my channel. New, channel bar, Barry's watch list. And again, I know I have to say it all the time, but this is a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. And you can, if you want, you can save these three windows to the cloud, bring back your layout, bring back these three windows, and then save your layout again with these three windows incorporated. I have the same layout all day long. What you see on my screen is what I use all day long. Now I have I have the AI on another monitor because I don't share that with anybody. Not fair to those who pay for premium if I'm going to do that. But what you see is basically what I use all day long. I don't. Now, to start my day, before the market opens, I do use my pre-market actives up and down, okay? But once the market, it's not a layout though, these are just two windows, pre-market actives up and down. But once the market opens, this is it. Are you on the web-based version though, Eric? No. You sure? Because if you do this, well, it should go all the way down to live chat trading room. I mean, this is it for hasn't really changed in a long time. My watch list repeat man, I'm getting some real interference now in my headset. Sorry guys, very disruptive. Well, okay, for instance, you see the SMTS right there? Just made a new high at 189. SMTS, that's the first time it was alerted at 130. So this, you'll only see the alert the very first time. But as SMTS, if it keeps making new highs, you'll see it in here. Does that make sense? So this allows you to kind of go back and say, okay, there was the first alert for SINT, here was the price, and then what did it do from then, from that time and that price? Look at SMTS. Wow, what a move. Mark. Yeah, I mean, it's to me, it's a very messy looking daily chart. There's nothing here that I would be looking at. I mean, I know it was in favor a few weeks ago, but right now, I mean, to me, it's very messy looking. And solo, I'd love to see solo because that's a nice little local story for me. It just can't seem to maintain. That's all I can say about solo. You know, it wants to move and then it just stops. So I really just not a lot of interest for me in that one. Okay, so here's an example of one that's early. It's only the 30 count volt. And look at the volume that is coming into volt. I mean, this is got another one that's got really juicy looking up to the 2 mark. The only thing I really check is the 200-day moving average. I'm not a big indicator guy, Shake. So, but you know, that's just me, okay? I really just check the 200-day moving average, and then I check on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart to see how much room I think a stock still has to move. Because I'm a momentum trader, virtually every stock I look at is either at a new high, if I want to go long, or a new low if I want to go short. So I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. So that's why I have these daily, weekly, and monthly charts here. So I can check to say, okay, great, the stock's made a new high for the day. What could it keep doing? You know, is there a lot of resistance on the higher time frames? So really the only indicator that I'm always aware of is the 200-day moving average. But again, that's just me. Well, I want to see how close it is. If it's very close, I probably wouldn't take the trade. I would worry that it might stall right at the 200-day. If it's far enough away, then it's just a glimpse. You know, I mean, obviously this one is at 976. It's obviously not even an issue. But sometimes, you know, it'll be close, and I'll have to say, I don't think I'll take that trade right yet. Or if I'm looking for a bounce play to see if it where the 200 is, if it's going to bounce off it. As you know, there is no guarantees of either thing happening, that a stock that goes up to the 200-day is going to stop right there. But that 200-day moving average is I would say, the most widely used indicator. Even for people like me who don't use a lot of indicators, that one is probably virtually, I think, used by everybody. I'm also aware what the VWAP is. You know, I am aware, but well, it's also, there's the 200-day right there, and that on the daily chart, the green line is the 200-day. See that green line right there? There's the 200-day. So you know, obviously pretty powerful. It on Friday it tried. It's hard to see, but it got up here and then it pulled down below it. Today it tried again, and not only did it try, it exploded through it. And William is just kidding. Nobody has to answer William. Now, we don't have a 200-day moving average for Volt. And that's because it probably changed. I doubt if this was an IPO. I think this is probably a symbol name change. So for us, we don't have, because it hasn't been around as this symbol anyway, for 200 days. Well, isn't that what you wanted to do? A limit stop loss? I mean, yeah, man, I've got some real interference going here, guys. Sorry. So what you're saying is you're adding it and it's taking it out of the trade immediately. Oh, I see. You know what? Again, no, I can't. I would talk to Michael Noss, because I don't want to steer you wrong. Because I'm not as familiar with it as Michael is, okay? So I would go to the home page and ask for Michael. But as somebody said, yeah, maybe you're putting a limit order on the sell side. I don't know. But so just start a live chat. All right, guys, this could be getting ready. I mean, there's a little bit of volume that came in. It did pop up a little bit, the CRSA. Yeah, squeeze is a typical or a common term that's used if a stock that is in play, like all of a sudden for whatever reason, maybe it's earnings or some fantastic news that came out, and if there's a big short float position, so like a high percentage of the float is short, so that means ahead of this day, many people were betting this stock would go down. All of a sudden, they're getting squeezed, because they're gagging and having to cover their short, or they're wanting or looking at covering their short position. If you were short a stock and all of a sudden it's exploding on you, you're scrambling to cover it, you're being squeezed. I mean, that's kind of the term. And of course, why that's great if you're going long the stock is that it just adds to the buying. So you have what I call the normal buying, like somebody who hasn't been in the stock before, sees a nice press release, sees some movement, piles into the stock, and then the people who are short the stock also have to buy it to cover their position, so it's fueling the buying. Well, it's in. Somebody asked before, can you have this is what I call this is SPACs, the Business Association. So I happen to notice here, and the CRSA is be interesting if it pops up. I mean, you can have this. This is just keeping an eye on those. These business associations, as they're called. And speak of it, NKLA. This is the one that really has got everybody interested in these SPACs. All right. Again, I'm going to put myself on mute and switch headsets. All right, guys, I'm back, and yeah, the volume. It's either I should know this, but I want to say 14 days. Okay, I think it's a 14-day average volume. Okay. All right. Well, this is still kind of resting around here, that 1460 mark. It's a little bit underneath, but so this one at 617. So this obviously, if you could have got in around 617, right there. Now the only issue is you would have had to deal with that on that 15-minute chart. But if you could have held on or sold some and maintained, I mean, this then got up to 664. A little bit of a challenge. I mean, you know, I don't want to say this one was easy, especially with that big topping tail. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that topping tail, and then the bottoming tail down here. So that would not have been easy. Well, this box is still, let's see, 22. It takes out 22. It's got room to that 24 mark or so. All right, here's another one that's showing up here, the LPCN. LPCN. Now there's the 200-day. You can see it right there, 109. There's the 200-day moving average. It just broke through it. Will it continue? But look at the room, guys, if it does. I mean, can you not see all this room up here? And, you know, some volume came in. You can see some volume on that 5-minute chart. Not huge. I'd love to see something like this. But it is, you know, a little bit of volume coming in. It's not a low float. 46 million in the float, so it's not a crazy, crazy low float.
Give me the starter screw close to my hands.
Boy. Well, I mean, this one still has room. I mean, SMTS, well, looks like it could stall around 230, but I mean, look at the look at what this one has done. Here's an alert right here at $1.30 and here at $1.66. Just can't chase it. I can't chase it anyway. Well, this could get halted. I'm just watching here if this gets halted. You know, I may have seen this one also here, the CRSA. I think I may have seen this earlier in the halts resume. Somebody asked, where did I see this? This on that move here. Yeah, Davey, I can't make any recommendations like this, okay? When you say, oh, are you talking in general? What, or very specifically? You know, I can't make any recommendations like that. I'm not a financial... for me, you know, I mean, I'm not saying this stock, but if I saw something that looked like this, with a ton of room through the 200-day, I'm not saying this stock, okay? Because the other thing is it's a little bio, and you never know what these guys can do. You know, spring of financing, though I wouldn't think they would now, but for me, I like if I saw a pattern that's why the ANAB was interesting to me. You know, you see a pattern of something that is crawling back from the bottom, and then with a lot of room. Look at all the room. Those are the things I look for. Other people might look for something completely and utterly different. You know, they might be looking at stocks, you know, that are way more solid fundamentally. Well, this isn't bad. I mean, 76 isn't bad considering this just got blasted down on the stock composite rating, which is a combination of, I mean, you might even want to look at the stock composite rating. So the higher that number, the theory being is that it has strong fundamentals and strong technicals. You know, so for instance, if I brought, All right, so look at the score, okay, which is the same as the composite rating. So we look at a GMAB as an example. I mean, you can see why GMAB is, I mean, 100 is, the highest you can be. So why would GMAB be there? Well, technically, I mean, it's a year all-time high, and I don't have any of the fundamental indicators about this at all, but obviously some of the fundamentals must be good. Must be a positive earnings per share, a lot of things like that. So that is just a combination. Apps, yeah, you can see the same thing. I mean, this is an all-time high. But there has to be some fundamentals also with it. Not just the fact that technically, it's strong. Technically, probably meaning, well over the 20, the 50, the 200-day moving average.
Sit down.
This is a proprietary filter that we created. Just looking at some of these, I mean, you can just sort of see, they're just usually stocks probably near their lifetime highs, but again, they have to have a good solid fundamental component also. Now, how solid, I don't know. I must admit, I don't have the financial filters here. We have financial filters, of course, but I just don't really use them. Anyway, I can pop that into the room if you're interested. It's not a new one. I've had this composite rating. Well, because you don't have it in there. I've had this composite rating in here for months, I think. MB, I don't think there's very, you're talking about when you see, well, it's real time. Everything is real time. So there's no quote delay. What you're seeing, let me just see. Well, I guess it might depend on your system, but this is what I see. So when I click on an alert, SMTS, it's right there. That's what I see in my end. This is the YouTube feed. So, I mean, it's virtually instant. There is a YouTube. Okay, see, on my system there isn't, but well, I added it, but a long, long, long time ago, Torps. You can add it yourself. It's just a filter. You can add it. I mean, I added it. I can't remember when I didn't have it. Well, that's why, if you want, you come into the trading room and there shouldn't be any. I think people are seeing my screen completely when they should. Maybe in the YouTube there's a small delay, but I think it depends on your system too. No. The single stock this is what's set. These tabs are set. But you can put whatever these are just filters that I'm using. But you could search here all the filters that you could put in. This is what I like to see. Some people want to see, earnings per share and, I don't know, other financial information, cash on hand. Does the daily chart show pre-market candle during pre-market hours? Does the daily chart show? No, it doesn't show the. No, no, it only shows yesterday's daily in the pre-market. Now you do see the price on the side. Okay, but you don't see a candle. The candle doesn't. The daily candle does not start until the market's open. Now, our intraday charts, of course, work in the pre-market. I'm just getting blown away by SMTS. Yeah, so the intraday charts work pre-market. Well, this works pre-market, but what you would see. So, for instance, tomorrow, if I'm looking at this tomorrow in the pre-market, what I would see, I would only see this candle, but I would see the current price on the y-axis somewhere, wherever it is. Unbelievable. Look at this move out of that consolidation for SMTS at $1.23. And in my watch list, it happened at 130. Here, it would have happened way before, of course, at 166, because I cleared this. Wow. What a move by that one. Amazing. Okay, so the Lipocene has not moved yet. I have my alert set up here at 119. You see how it's just above the 200-day moving average, and it hasn't cleared it by a long, by that much. Yeah, I've had some people say, within Trade Ideas, when they're watching the YouTube feed, that it's virtually, for them, it seems to be virtually instant. If I'm talking about if I, if I say I'm loading LPCN, they'll see it like within half a second. All right, guys. So typically I will shut down at 3 o'clock. I will stay later if there are questions. Even though at 3 p.m. Not so much recommendations. No, I will say what I'm doing, And I don't say, okay, guys, you should do the same thing. I only took the one trade today. I would have taken more trades. Believe me, I would have liked to have taken the SMTS trade, but I was a little bit late. Again, you know, I'm having to juggle a few things, not concentrate 100% on trading. But for instance, the PGen early this morning, you know, I said, well, I'm really interested in it. I got into the trade. Basically said I got in at 526. I took an 8-cent loss to begin, and then I basically said, listen, if it gets up to that 532, 33 area, I'm probably going to get back in, and that's what I did. I got back into the trade, but I'm not going to tell you to do the same thing, if you understand. I'm only going to lay out what I'm doing, and then, you know, later, like all these ones, you know, you have to make up your own mind whether or not you want to take some of these trades. I'm pointing them out. But no, it's not a room in which I'm going to say, take this trade, and then if I'm going to get out, you should get out of the trade at the same time. We have RSI. We do have RSI. Okay. So indicators, sorry, you can't see it, but yes, we do have RSI. Not relative to the SPY, no. We just have this. We're not, we don't profess to be a full-blown charting program, okay? We have, you know, we have charts, yes. We have some indicators. We're not a big indicator company. You know, I mean, this is it for our indicators. I didn't even know we had the Bollinger Band top. I didn't even know that. But anyway, these are the indicators we've got. So when you say use AI trading, I mean, you can use any platform to trade with, okay? But if you're talking about auto trading or something, no. You know, we're a scanner, first and foremost. That's all we are, you know. That's all we are. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this. You can use this module called Brokerage Plus to actually, if you wanted, to trade your Interactive Brokers account. But it doesn't mean you can't, you know, use any other brokerage platform. So in other words, use AI trading. I mean, if you get an alert, I'm not 100% sure if we have an external, anybody in this room a Robin Hooder? Yeah, but okay, but have you been, you're new though, have you been able to link trade ideas in Robinhood? Linking, meaning we have this external linking tool. We have an external linking tool. Whoops. Okay, notice I'm linked to Interactive Brokers, but we link with many brokers. All linking means is this. It's a time saver. So that when I click on an alert, it'll load into your order entry. Okay, then you trade it from within your platform. It's not trading it or anything like that. It just saves you the time of having to type a symbol in. That's all linking does. Again, I don't know. It's possible. Easy Web, I don't know. The best thing to do, if you have, do you have trade ideas right now, MP? Okay, so just try it. You know, here's our linking tool, tools, external linking. I mean, we don't know every single way to link every single program out there. So just follow the rules here when it says add a link. And then where it says, while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window. Typically, it's putting it into the order entry. You know, right in you have an order entry box where the symbol appears. So if you put your mouse there and then you hit the shift key, this would change. Now, whether it's going to link or not, you would see current link window, then it would change. And then you'll see, you know, close it down and then click on alert. And if it loads into that order entry, then it links. Just try it, yeah. And the other thing is that there might be some rules that you can use. You know, if I edit this link, you notice it says sometimes the beginning is cut off, or you can use what's called an alternate method. Even if it doesn't seem to work, then you just have to, check. It's trial and errors for some of these that we're not, too familiar with. So when you say to expand I mean, you can take any window and make it bigger, just by grabbing, geez, what's going on here? Just by grabbing corners. They're not corners, but I guess if you grab the corner, no, you know what I mean. Just grab and put all the windows the size you want. I mean, that's what I did. That's what I had to do originally. But once you do that, then just save your layout, and then it should be the same. Something's going on, guys. Let's turn this off. Well, it may not be maximized to start, but then just do what I did. And then, if you file and save your work, they might have to do one other thing. Do you only have one monitor? Okay, so, well, this is good for people, I think, even with one monitor, but if you have multiple monitors. So, here's my main monitor that I share. I've got two other 32-inch monitors where I have some Great Ideas windows. Once I put them all exactly where I want them on all my monitors, then if I click on Tools, and then Options, and then Layouts, and then I check Open relative to main window. Save. Oh. Oh my gosh, sorry guys, Grand Central Station here right now. So, open relative to main window, check that, and then save it. Then all your windows, when you exit Trade Ideas, even if you have one monitor or 1,000 monitors, all your Trade Ideas windows will be in the same spot every day when you load the program. So I think it's just a matter of getting the windows maximized or exactly how you want them, and then save your work. That is it? Okay, good. Glad to help. How do we highlight the stock symbol inside your daily, weekly, monthly charts? Highlight. What do you mean by highlight exactly? Are you talking about the fact that I've got a nice big sono here in blue? Yeah. Yeah, you can't. They, it is a something that I think that should be added as an easy option. But right now you can't do it. I'm sorry. They did it for me so that people could, because I'm sharing my screen, so that it would make it easy for people who are seeing my screen. But unfortunately, there's no. Again, this is not a full-blown charting package. Which, in any other charting package, of course, you can increase the font size and make it whatever color you want and bold, etc. Okay, so that would be, you're talking about on a daily chart, right, One Meister? Okay, that's pretty simple to do. If you right click configure and type in SMA, there we got some great. No, I'm not at the dentist. So you see where it says, where are you? There we are. The change from the, there we go. Change from the, where is it? Oh, there it is. Sorry. Change from the 200-day moving average, simple moving average. Okay. So if you use this filter, I think if I went, let me just do a quick. Okay, so for instance, if you put -1 in the min and +1 in the max, that would mean the stock is within 1% on either side of the SMA. Okay? So -1 and 1, that would mean it's on either 1% on either side. So you could use this filter. I would put it in a top list. Okay? And then you could see all the stocks that are really close to the 200-day moving average. Just use this filter in a top list and then you'll see. Now, you can obviously adjust these numbers. How do you come up with a pre-market list? It's just one of the scans I'm sharing is the pre-market right here. Here somewhere. There we go. Pre-market actives up and pre-market actives down, okay? So these are the two that I use in the pre-market to find out, to see the stocks that are active in the pre-market. You can also access, if you just click on that room drive icon, looks like a half-open folder. Click on download and it'll go to a Word document, and then you can look at all my scans at your leisure, including those two. But those are my go-to scans that I've been using for years and years. I don't think I've made a change. I don't think I've made a change at all. So, I start watching this. We start getting our data at 7 in the morning Eastern time. So whenever I get up, I'm on the West Coast. Whenever I get up, I start watching this. And of course, I'm seeing the stocks that are up the most. But I sort on various columns too, to see. Just because a stock is up the most, that's great. But there could be a stock that's not maybe up the most, but it's a real low float situation, and I want to be able to see it also. So when I do my pre-market work, these are my, the up and the down, my go-to scanners, and that's been like that for years. Okay, for you, Frank, because it's only one or two scans, I can actually put them into the YouTube feed. Give me a second here. Yeah, see, just hopefully you can see there are the two links, okay, Frank? All right, guys, it is now 3:03. Are there any other questions? Is my data feed faster on my platform? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, if you have trade ideas, what platform are you talking about? Okay, Frank. Well, listen. You know what you could do is it's a lot easier for me to hand out links and things like that. I'll be shutting the room down very soon, but this is a link to get into the. I call it the more robust trading room. Okay. It looks like this. Okay, where I can. There are a lot of links and a lot more activity too among traders in that room. So there's a link to get into the room. You can get in there tomorrow, as an example. Well, I don't know, MB. As John pointed out, I mean, I guess it depends on your computer. Yeah, we are not a broker, Moshe. We're not a broker. You need a broker. You don't have to connect it to a broker. Okay, but but you do need a broker to trade. Look at Kirk. Where did Kirk show up? 275. I'm missing this trade. I should. You guys are costing me money. Why I shut the room down at 3 is then I can do some trading completely on my own. And then I can start taking some of these trades, but that's okay. I'm kind of kidding. Well, it's obvious. Well, I don't know on the Trader's Vault. I mean, obviously, one of the windows has a text to speech. Okay. So I mean that's obviously the reason. One of the windows in there has a text to speech component, like this one has. For me, this is text to speech. There's the alert. All right, guys, 3:06. I think I'm going to wrap it up, see if I can capture a few late day trades. So, tech support. Well, okay, you said you know how to do this, so why don't you just, I'll give you a second, click on that room drive icon, okay, and download, scans that I shared, download, and they're there. The basic new highs and lows and the no repeat are there. Okay? So I'm going to wait a second while you download that, and then it'll go to your Word document, and then you can take a look at them. And you said you know how to, all you have to do is copy the link from within the Word document, and then file load from cloud, paste it in here because the box will probably be empty, and then load. So just let you got it? Okay. All right, everybody. Hey, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thanks for all the help. Thanks for the patience with all the noise in the background. Only in a couple more days like that. And we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening. Bye-bye.